to Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. We're here on this Saturday afternoon because where we live it's 1:40 in the afternoon. And we decided to change it up today a little bit from the path of days. I had set aside a few Adderall, so I took a couple of those today, and Rachel took one. I feel perhaps accordingly more inclined to live stream than I might otherwise. Hello, Big Frog. I've been, a little bit off of the stream regularity horse for a day or two. I normally live stream pretty much every day. If you look at the month in total. But there are a couple of days here and there where I don't, and they tend to be during Sleepy Week. Anyway, solo sedentary leisure. Are we? Are we engaged in solo sedentary leisure right now? Well, I'm not really, because Rachel's here with me and she'll probably be joining us shortly in the live stream, I would guess. And of course, also, does live streaming count as solo sedentary leisure? Well, by the literal meanings of those words, I suppose, if one is doing it by oneself, then yeah. But because it's parasocial, does it qualify as something else? I don't know. Yep, I'm just getting dressed. Hello to all, says Rachel. Cool. So that's kind of a semantic question. It's not really particularly meaningful, the answer to it either way. But I did note this term. I heard of it for the first time in a video by Michael McKenzie, who makes like statistics videos, basically. Just one UMK? What's UMK? Basically, I guess probably since COVID, there's been a sharp spike in the amount of people that, particularly single men, spend in solo sedentary leisure. And I've noted a big spike in solo sedentary leisure in my own life because, the last few years have been strange times for me. Recovering from some trauma and trying to move forward from it and such. I've been doing a lot of sedentary leisure. Anyway, I just thought it was an interesting concept. On the one hand, if you let people do what they want to do, people will end up doing different kinds of things. Certainly, the neighbor leads a much different life than I do. A life more like probably what I used to lead, where he's creating stuff a lot. Time for a cold PBR. Cool. I need to go get my glasses. Ah, there we go. That's much better. I got some new glasses. Freddy Beans. Okay. Joseph O'Brien, hello. And welcome to Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. Even though I made the title that. Kind of a depressing topic, I guess. It's interesting the different kinds of YouTube videos there are. You know, there's a channel called How Ridiculous that basically they just make videos of themselves pushing stuff down hills or dropping things from helicopters. You know, it's incredibly sensory content. You hear about Michael Jackson? What about him? That he's the king of pop? Or something else. What's my favorite movie ever? Well, possibly The Princess Bride is one of my favorite movies, certainly. Nightmare Before Christmas is another one of my favorite movies. Also, that recent game show movie with that lady Aquafina in it. What was it called? I forget what it was called, but it was really, really good. I watched it twice. I watched it. I was so impressed with it. I watched it again when Rachel got up. We watched it, or maybe the next day or something. And it was just as good the second time. It's an excellent quiz show. Is what it's called. It's an excellent movie. No, Quiz Lady. Quiz Lady. That's what it's called. Quiz Lady. It's an excellent movie. As excellent as movies get. Do you mind the gap? I'm looking at it. Yeah, it looks like it got a little worse. This is a temporary denture thing. So, yeah, it's a little annoying, but it looks better than my teeth prior to this did, and this is going to be replaced at some point with a permanent. So whatever, you know, within a couple of months, presumably it'll be all like permanent stuff, implant stuff. I tell you, life in its ways, huh? Sometimes it's enough to make you sigh. Are you familiar with dissociation? And if you are, does it seem like an SE polar thing to you? Well, dissociation, like having a dissociative episode kind of dissociation? Or does it mean something else? Was I a jock in school? No, I was not. No, I was a debater, and I was on the newspaper staff. A very word-oriented person. if dissociation means something other than like clinically dissociative, then you'll have to explain it to me. Hi, Kyle Williamson. It's a very pleasant day today. It's like shockingly pleasant. It's as perfect as a day can be in terms of the weather. And it's, if you take a look here, we've still got a little bit of snow outside, but it's like 70 degrees. You can hear the stream going down in the gully, which is a lovely sound. The nice gentle breeze blowing. You go to Sam Barbecue. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty much your standard model barbecue. If I were to jump down this hill, it would not. It's not that steep. I've walked down it plenty of times. What's the car doing in the middle? What car? There's no car down there. Just the stream in the woods. Oh, that car? That's the neighbor's house. Yeah, they live on the other side of the gully. You can kind of see their house through the trees there. Yeah, it's the neighbors. That's our car right there. Parked at the top of the driveway because when I parked it there was still quite a bit of snow, but it has melted so fast. And we've got our beautiful little yellow flowers. Aw, how cute. What problems mostly had in your relationship with your dad? Oh. Um, uh, that's a tough question, man. It's a question with tough answers. My dad had problems with all the ways that I fail, you know. By and large, understandably. You know, my irresponsibility, lack of self-discipline, carelessness, lack of mindfulness. Failure to think about long-term considerations, you know. I failed in so many ways, and he understandably didn't like that. That's the gist of it. No, I live here with my wife. You know, some relationships in life are more difficult to deal with than others. For me, at this point in my life, have obviously a lot of regrets and guilt. And, self-loathing. It's interesting. It's like what I don't have exactly. I don't have low self-esteem, and I may have low self-worth. I'm not sure really about that, but I do have self-loathing. Which is something I'm trying to work on, but hi, Kylo. How are you? And what am I doing right now? I'm just live streaming. Um, been a bit of a serious beginning to the live stream. Normally we have a little bit more of an upbeat vibe than this, but I don't know. The title in and of itself is kind of a depressing topic. People being more connected and more alone at the same time. Does this live stream count as that? Well, I don't know. Live streaming is such an embedded part of my life. I do it all the time. It's engaging with the community people around here pretty regular is an important part of my day-to-day life, really. So, FI polars tend to be less objective than TI DOMs. Yeah, because the thing about 2.7 is you overuse 2 and underuse 7 in the most dramatic sense there. So, FI polar will take a TI approach to questions even when it's not appropriate. TI DOM has more holistically what might be called mastery of the thing. Like they're immersed in it, sure, but they also know when not to use it. Today has been rough. Crap my pants at work. That sounds bad. Have you heard of Mongolian mindset? Yeah, I've heard his name before. He's some typologist, right? Some typologist. Somebody who's abusing typology, Abusing it. Yeah, abusing it. He's abusing typology, not just using it, making some money, perhaps. What for? Being wrong and leading people astray. Let's see. Put on my glasses. Look at that. Now I can see. It's a fact. I can see as well as a track. Uh-huh. Looper. I do, but it would take me to marmalade. Put on my croissant today. It's made out of oranges. Hey, 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 you like oranges too, so what you say? Let's have some marmalade today. Get out of English muffins, got nooks and crannies. Let's have some marmalade today. Cause we all like oranges and marmalade's made out of oranges, so let's go. Marmalade is a delicious thing like limeade or lemonade or lemonade as well. So hell, why not have some marmalade? No, I don't use interaction styles. I type people with cognitive function tests that are actually, good linkages to determining things. I'm not using interaction styles. You won't catch me making feminine wiles or talking about a bunch of dumbass bullshit. No, I won't be talking about that. No, I won't be talking, in fact, about any kind of bullshit that doesn't make good sense logically. I'm not he. Oh, sure, the wrongest is people, they love their super wrong ways. But no way am I one of those super wrongest people today. No way. What are you talking about, me? Okay. Sure. And you go ahead and think whatever you want. Okay, well, yeah, you have a good reason not to use interaction styles, I guess. I mean, how can you even tell my interaction style? I'm only interacting with the chat. And when I'm freestyling songs and what have you, I'm not interacting at all. I suppose interaction style could be a term of art, not necessarily referring to things that might technically be called interactions. Regardless, There's a much better way to type people that exists that I've articulated on many different occasions, on many different iterations of the same fundamentally correct way of typing people. It's a process of elimination process, but your first job is to try to see if you can identify polar, because that'll narrow you down to two. But you got to do that with certain kinds of reliably determinate function tests. Something like that's just observational. It's not actually checking skills that can't be gamed, for example, is going to fall well short of adequate. It's fine to have like rough heuristics to use to double check things that are determinate. If you don't have anything that's actually determinate, then you know. All right, there's a lot of meltwater going. We're in full blast spring now. Snowpack's not going to last very long if it stays hot like this. Not that it's hot, it's super pleasant outside, but comparatively hot. Okay, but I'm not an introvert though. As evidenced by the fact that I'm constantly live streaming. I mean, not the last couple of days, maybe, but. I might have more of an INTP affect now than I used to. I'm in a somewhat transitional point of life. Regardless, I mean, it's not a bad typing. For being wrong, it's pretty close. INTPs and INTPs are hard to tell apart. I mean, definitively. So they don't have a good definitive test for either SE polar or FI polar. Although the FI polar test is pretty good, but not great. I can tell them apart usually, but yeah, for myself, it's not really ever been a question. I knew I could tell right away which type I was reading the things, and then eventually I found cognitive functions, and every test I've ever taken is always typing INTP, and it makes sense across all vectors. If you look at what comprises absolute value versus instrumental value and stuff like that, it all pans out. Feels like I'm living in the land of a million streams with all this water flowing. And this live stream as well flowing. So is this solo sedentary leisure? If you just took it not as a term of art, but just as just as the three terms by itself, then with except for the fact that I'm with Rachel, which makes it not solo. But if I were doing this by myself, it would comprise solo sedentary leisure, I guess, according to just the terms independent of each other. But if you take it as a term of art, it may be interpreted to mean something like this not interactive. I'm not sure. It's kind of like solo sedentary leisure is getting what you wished for and then wondering if you should have wished for it, Like, oh, I wish I had enough time to just sit around and watch TV all the time. Well, it's of questionable value. No, thank you. Oh, Melissa talks as an HP, huh? Well, that's absolutely nuts. You can't have that. If your interaction style type Melissa talks as an HP, then they are woefully inadequate, obviously. Well, I guess I'll pull a couple bong rips, and maybe we'll settle in here. I don't generally like arguing about typology because there's very little common ground in terms of what's meant by what's being said, etc. And too many frame conflicts, and essentially it plays out from my perspective as I need to do too much remediation before I can accomplish anything. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay, yes, it is the right one. Okay. No, thank you. I'm absolutely not interested in evaluating yet another person being wrong and explaining why they're wrong because this is a battle that just seems like Sisyphus, you know? It's absolutely not the kind of thing I'm interested in. Yeah, SC needs to win out. That's for sure. Why are Iranian Americans celebrating? What are they celebrating? What game is on? Played cat. Let's see. I didn't know the game was on. It's funny. I didn't see it in the ESPN schedule today at all. I looked at the schedule multiple times for today. I was surprised I didn't see an SC game for Saturday because I know tomorrow the women are playing UCLA. But yeah, I didn't see it in the schedule, and I don't know why. Is it halftime? We've got to be ahead, right? 52% to 35% field goal shooting. What's the score? Let's see. Okay. Well, I just have to join it in the second half here. We're ahead. It looks like 36 to 31. I'd expect us to be up by more than that with the difference in the field goal shooting. We must have gotten out rebounded a lot. Boo. That's fine. Yeah, we definitely need to win out. We need to do well in the tournament too. Okay, look, you're asking me to evaluate something I've already looked into before, okay? Because somebody else uses interaction styles, and that's somebody C.S. Joseph. And if in fact, as I've indicated here, if in fact you you use interaction styles to type Melissa talks as ENTP, then they're clearly wrong because, like, the thing is, here's the chasm that we have between what we're talking about, right? Like, I understand introverted thinking as being something that can be tested directly with basic logic kind of questions, right? And that it'll be indicative of a person's functions in a meaningful way. And I can show the range of different kinds of response levels to these questions, ranging from polar to dominant. Now, it's not as determinant on that level, but see, you have no idea what I'm even talking about, probably, right? You're not thinking about this from a function first perspective. You're saying this interaction style may be a good correlate. That's the best it could possibly be, right? It couldn't be a determinate skills test that's ungameable for a function, which is the only desirable kind of testing you can do because that's the only way you can be determinate about things. So I don't want to go evaluate your heuristic. No, it's not good enough to be used for anything, even if there is some correlative value to it. And I don't even think you understand what I'm saying. You're going to say I'm being closed-minded or something. But believe me, I've spent so many years working on this stuff, right? I've typed so many people. I've evaluated so much stuff over the course of my career as a typologist. More stuff than you could ever have imagined looking at. So, no, I am not failing to be open-minded, okay? I've done all of the work that needs to be done to be correct about it, and exclusively so. When things like that are maybe have some correlative value, it's not really relevant to the fundamental questions of typology regardless. We've already determined that it typed me wrong, and we should be able to agree this type Melissa talks wrong because she's not producing she never produced any kind of content that was what an ENTP content actually looks like, which is sounds like something like this. Or my making up songs, which you heard earlier, right? Which I wasn't doing to demonstrate anything about type. I had no idea we were going to have this conversation. But is absolutely consistent with ENTP, where she was regurgitating facts she had learned. No. In no sane universe was that woman an ENTP. You want to look what an ENTP's channel looks like? Look at all around my channel. Look at all the shit that I put up there. All the different kinds of content I put up. Yeah, it's very TI sound. That's correct. All right, come on, SC. I don't want to have this fucking argument. It's so ridiculous. It's such a waste of time. Well, it's a 3-point game. SC is already failing. Oh, God. What a disaster. What a disaster. It's already a 1-point game. Nebraska is number 12 in the country, so that's good. We need this win badly. Do you still snow on the ground? A little teeny bit, not very much. And it's melting fast. It's 74 degrees right now. The USC Nebraska game. We're up by 3 points. We need to win this game. It would be a big win for us. We need to win a couple games in the Big Ten tournament as well, I think. I don't know how many games we have left in the regular season. But This would be a big win for sure. Wow, there we go. That's a big chunk of resin I got over there. Including today, USC probably has 3 games left. Oh. Nebraska takes the 3-pointer, misses it. Looks like the rebound is going to stay down here with Nebraska, unfortunately. Okay. So we're going to pull a bong rip. Oh, typology. Truly the problem child of my life. Price Sandfort. What a fancy sounding name this guy has. Well, Nebraska has taken the lead. Happy, maybe you should eat some cheese or even plant. Plenty of cheese. Plenty of cheese. Maybe I should do that, but I don't know. We agree with you about Mr. Beast more if we could explain further interaction on learning. USC had 2 games left after today at Washington at home versus UCLA. Cool. One-point game. Timeout on the floor. I'm not sure what's going on here. Somehow we turned the ball over. Great job, USC. Great job. I mean, the thing is, generally, I don't believe in typing people unless I actually type them, right? Different things can be very misleading. Appearances can be very misleading. So I don't I don't know for sure what type anybody is that I haven't typed. It's much easier to say what types they're definitely not if I watch a certain display of their content, perhaps. But regardless, the only way anybody can know what type somebody is to actually type them properly. It takes me about an hour to do a thorough job and make sure I get it right. And sometimes at the end, I'm not exactly sure. Affect is not type. The thing is, when you're trying to gauge what type somebody is by looking at things that they put out into the world, right? You're only seeing one half of the picture. You need to be able to test the introverted functions directly, and again, affect is not the same thing as personality type. People can have public affect that's different than how they are privately. If you're only looking at things people put out in the world, it's naturally you're going to overtype uh, extroverts because you're going to see people in their extroverted functions more. I don't have a lot of faith in this USC team. I don't have a lot of faith in either of the teams this year. We're just not doing great. We're doing good, but not great. Like at least we don't have losing records. We have a chance in the tournament. So that's better than nothing. But what if you're a developed person and you mistyped him? I do occasionally mistype people. I don't get every single typing right. That's one of the reasons why you know that my approach is actually reliable. Is that other people can look at the same results and say, "Hey, actually, this is inconsistent with what you how you've interpreted it normally, and let's retest this thing." And if it's the kind of function that can be tested as a ungameable skill, some of them can, then can reliably say, "Okay, I was wrong." Like I remember I typed this one lady ENFJ, and she was ESTP. And the thing is, what happened was I gave into using my intuition to type somebody rather than um, the test results, which are more reliable ultimately. No, that would not make it more reliable. That would be less reliable, right? Because then you're looking at affect as less skills based, not more skills based. I'm sure you're a big fan of it, but you know, truth is, if you want to be correct rather than be able to intuit things that you feel confident about, then there's a difference between those two things. And I offer the former, and you apparently prefer the latter. All right. So my only mindset type Jeffrey Epstein as an INFP and Jordan Peterson as an INTP. Those are both horrifically wrong typings. Jeffrey Epstein is pretty clearly an ENFJ, but I don't know for sure, but he's definitely not an INFP. And freaking Jordan Peterson is absolutely in no sane universe a TI Dom, let alone TINE. The guy is just this abuser of NI to no end. Wow, I mean, those are just catastrophically wrong. I'm getting a cigarette. I'm going back out. I left my cigarettes in here. No, I mean TI Dom means somebody who's parsing things for correctness. It's a negationary frame of reference, and it's the alternative to holistic knowing, which is NI, right? That's the kind of thing that Jordan Peterson does. Is holistic knowing stuff. You know, lobsters are this way, therefore people are this way, kind of stuff. And
yeah, he's clearly SI polar because he thought that putting himself in a self-induced coma
was a
wouldn't
good
have any.
idea.
Yeah, and it's been having bad effects on him, unfortunately.
Where that's very bad SI. It's not third slot SI. Regardless, his his whole business is NI stuff. It's like he creates this NI boogeyman called the postmodernist, and he builds cases against it and so forth. It's not TI in any way at all.
You know what I heard, which is really interesting. Forget where I read it, but you know how he like calls people who are messy losers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently his house is not neat, like at
Really?
all. Yeah. Um.
Wow. What hypocrisy there for Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. I don't know if maybe at one point it was very neat and you know, like, cause like his wife has had medical problems, he has medical problems. Like things can go to the wayside when you're dealing with health problems. Although he might have maids, so I don't know.
Ben Shapiro is an ISTJ or INTJ. No, I think Ben Shapiro is either an ESTJ or an ENTP. He's a former debater, so it's kind of hard to tell. Former debaters have a certain quality of arguing to them that they can be learned to some extent, and there's some commonalities in how people are going to argue things, regardless of what type they are. It kind of muddies the water a bit, because good debaters think well consistently, and that's going to look a little different on different type, but debate does teach some degree of good thinking. Shapiro, however, doesn't really see the hypocrisy of his kind of groupist rabble rousing with the more precise articulation of his policy perspectives.
So you know how like every type has like the worst version, or just a bad version. It doesn't have to be the worst. Like, and I think if it's true about Hitler, like he's the worst INFJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
INFP, who would be someone that you could pinpoint and be like,
Liz.
oh, yeah, she's the best version of a unhealthy, abusive INFP.
Yeah.
You almost forget she's INFP.
Yeah, but she is.
Now, did she, because of the dynamics of the relationship in socionics, like, did she ever supervise you? Did she ever feel like she was? Did you ever feel like she was supervising you?
Maybe not so much. I'm not sure. She and I used to get along well. I didn't really understand what was happening, I guess. And so I didn't feel any need to fix it or something.
Well, she would try to fix you.
No, she'd enjoy my company and then blame Corey for not being more like me. Things like that. Like.
Oh, that's... She would always warn me. Whenever I used to see her, she was like, "You don't understand. Eric loves Corey," and I'm like, "I know." And then she would be like, "No, you don't understand. Eric loves Corey."
She was always insisting these things about her emotions, my emotions.
Well,
It's not untrue, but
yeah. Yeah, it was that there was
I don't know why she would feel any to insist that so much.
I guess maybe you guys were fighting or something, or just like it was one Christmas Eve that we hung out with them, and she has said it more than once. The first time she said it was when we went over to their house, like Christmas Eve, and we were partying, and maybe you and Corey were bonding or something, and yeah, she mentioned that you love Corey, and I was like, I know.
Yeah, it's a shame. The whole thing's a big shame. But what are you gonna do?
Do you have any regretful feelings about when he came over?
Like what?
Like, I feel, Mom, feel like maybe I was a little bit too outspoken about how I felt about his relationship with Liz, and I shouldn't have because he obviously went back to her and told her everything that we said. So now,
I don't know. Maybe I meant a little bit different or something.
your moon is in Aquarius, right? Winston's mom?
There exists an obvious fact that seems utterly moral, namely that a man is always a prey to his truths.
No, I'm his wife. I'm 41.
Yeah.
Narek is 54. We just look different.
Well, we're down by 3. That's
This is
certainly
so
not
bad.
insurmountable. 3-pointer?
Yes.
No, he missed it.
Oh.
He missed the basket. So the USC team this year is 18-10. It's not a terrible record, but if we don't beat Nebraska, beat UCLA, and who's the other team we got to play?
Do I look ISFJ just by looking at me? No. No. Though those were Eric's first two guesses, like before we ever talked, like over the phone. Um, his first guess, because I didn't talk much in the live streams. I would say ha 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 or chime in every once in a while. And then I purchased a typing session, and people wanted to know what his first guesses were of my type, and he said ISFJ or ISFP.
Yeah.
But that's
In the typing session, I typed her ENFJ.
which
Although
was the
it
close.
was kind of a weird session because we had another person helping with it, which probably didn't help. Um, and after I got to know her better, I typed her INFJ.
Well, it makes sense why you would say ENFJ because my SI was really bad.
Yeah. Your SI is still really bad. I've learned more about the ways in which polar and eighths are similar and dissimilar since then for SI.
Polar and eighth.
Yeah.
How are they different?
Well, I mean, I think one of the primary differences is you can kind of get a bit of a sense of the absolute value quality of SI and ENFJs, whereas in INFJs it's very much almost countervalued, typical A slot.
Yeah, it might be a reason why I live so unstructured. Um,
Yeah, Dulles is right about all of that. It is weird for you to be talking to people who are not part of this discussion and guess their type. But that's fine. We're live streaming, and that's certainly a topic that comes up occasionally. I'd say he's more being confrontational than rude, probably. He seems to want to uh, elicit responses, try to provoke defensiveness or something. We're getting we're getting run away from here. It's a 9-point game all of a sudden. Do you know that the average person's colon can stretch to accommodate 4 to 5 rats, cats, rats? That's probably too many. Okay. Thank you, John Madden. That's gross and unnecessary. No, she's not ENFJ.
I remember this one time, Spacey and Eric came back from like something. They went out and they met this guy at Denny's, I think, who played guitar. And he came back to where the back house in Eric's parents' house, and he was clearly either ESFJ or ENFJ, possibly ENFJ. And I remember sitting there being like, "Oh my god, if this guy is an ENFJ, what the hell am I?" He was just like talking a mile a minute. He was very engaging with Eric and the chat, and I I really was like comparing myself to him and being like, wow, he's way more outgoing than me.
Yeah, well, I took a while. I took my time to make sure when I corrected myself, I was 100% sure. I was, after we got to know each other, it became pretty evident that you were and probably not an ENFJ. You're
Yeah.
probably an NI Dom and probably not uh, an FE Dom. And then there are various things that I eventually piled up and made me say, okay, this is determined at this point.
I'll never forget when you typed me. It was the last. You think Eric is an INFP? You're just. Are you rage baiting?
Yeah.
Yes, INFPs can be outgoing because they have NE uh, as their tool function. So when they. Like, my dad always says he likes to mix it up. He likes to.
This guy's just being provocative.
Hey, Keisha. We have two INFPs here right now. I think Dulles and Acacia. Acacia, you've always been like,
Oh.
you've always. Have you ever had a point where you questioned your type? I feel like you're such a good example of an INFP. I mean, Dulles is too, but I've seen you in person.
Hmm.
That's cool, Acacia. I admire that about. There's something with FI. Um, and you knew your tri type really well too. And I find it really uh, it's stunning how you be so sure, because I mean I thought it was sure, I thought it was an ENFP, but I was always doing 16 personalities or MBTI tests, so like I thought my FE was me being outgoing. um
Yeah, well, if you have FE tool when you do work in the world, then that's what's going to happen. Oh, oh my God. Come on, guys. He didn't get it off in time. Oh. Where's the whiskey? It's either in the garage or in the kitchen cabinet up there. I'm not sure. I don't remember where I put it. We haven't opened it yet.
It's just for guests.
Yeah,
Like whiskey and cokes they can have.
yeah, they got whiskey and coke. We don't really have any coke, but
But if we were, I'm saying like if we were to have people over, we could stock up on soda. Is
no,
that jive turkey? Whiskey and coke?
no
Oh.
whiskey. We don't want to make a jive turkey, but whiskey and something that definitely does not go with whiskey, that would be a jive turkey. They have to be wild turkey though. If we're gonna make it something for guests, we have as a mixer probably they have choice of, like you have ginger ale and whiskey, or
That ginger ale and whiskey is good.
we don't have all the ingredients for old fashions. If we knew in advance, uh, we knew in advance people were coming and we went to the store, we could conceivably get the ingredients for that. But
Yeah, I like to have be stocked for others when we have guests. Try anyway.
Rachel's an INFJ. Um,
Ask me about tea. I'll tell you nothing because I don't know what it is. I don't know how to. I always mix it up for SI or SE every time.
yeah,
Except that I know that it deals with future planning, and I'm shit at that. So
especially with dealing with stuff that requires certain order of operations.
oh yeah,
I'm not very good at it either. I have no idea what your type is. I can't type you from the chat.
it's like basically impossible to type.
Occasionally, somebody will be, if I engage with them a whole lot, then they might reveal things that seem strongly indicative. But if I can't, every time I try to type people in in the chat, and then I actually typed them, I as often as not been very surprised by the results. So okay, well you go ahead and say what you want. That's fine. I'm not going to respond to your provocations.
I have never had an old fashioned.
You've never had one, huh?
Nope, I've never had an old fashioned. No, I've never had a Manhattan. I was always a beer drinker. Usually, if I was young, when I was in college, I had like vodka cranberry.
Yeah. I I I drank various things when I drank. I drank beer, wine,
Wine
whiskey,
too as I got
vodka.
older. Yeah.
Whiskey and vodka were my primary two alcohols. I didn't. I occasionally had gin stuff, but I wasn't a tequila drinker really. And wine was cool, but wine gave me like acidic stomach issues.
Mm. You would know the difference between ENFP and ENTP because of the TI. ENTP has TI second, and ENFP is polar TI.
Yeah, so it's pretty easy to tell the difference between those two types. And it's very determinate, in fact. Like, it's interesting though because before I actually tested TI, as I'm talking to the ENFP, for example, I may not be sure. I may think, hey, this person very well might be an ENTP. And then when I actually test the TI, it becomes immediately obvious. Oh, they're not just not TI tool, they're TI polar.
I really feel like the best examples that we've had of that are of the test
Mm.
was with Kay and with Jared because they came in not knowing
Mm.
anything
Yeah. Yeah. She tested TI polar and
right away.
when I asked him the TE question, can you tell me, break this down to 5 steps? Instead of even attempting it, he just said, no, I can't. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's nice when things are nice and clean like that.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got a polar that's not as testable as those, it's a little less nice and tidy. Yeah, well, we got that. We understand that that's where your provocation is.
Do you do you know the cognitive functions, Wally?
So far, he's talked about
Not.
interaction styles.
Oh.
So, he also typed himself as one of 3 different types that are incredibly different from one another. So, who knows what he thinks? He just thinks whatever he thinks is going to be provocative in the moment.
I don't think there is a difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea. I think they're the same.
Yes, yes, we heard you already. Wahio, whatever your name is.
How could you see SE in me right now while I'm sitting down? Like, if Eric was like, I want to go get cigarettes, I'd be like, okay, give me 10 minutes and I can get ready and go.
That's not really a good thing to
Not this
determine
one.
anyway. I mean, yeah, it is good SE compared to compared to say SE polar, but it's SE conscious stack.
Yeah. My SE isn't great.
I mean, the reason we can break it immediately boil it down to ISFJ and INFJ is because she says TE polar. Something I should have determined in the first typing session I had
But
with
that
her.
was hard. It was hard though. First of all, my session was only 45 minutes long.
I don't know why.
Because I stopped it early. Because
Huh.
I did the typing session right after work, and you know the time difference.
Right.
Um, um, but one of the first questions was the SI question, like, can you repeat what you like did today? And I was like, what? I so failed that like I totally get it. And then we talked about my mom and you asked what type I thought that she was and I said ESTJ and you were like, oh, she's your supervisor type, that's why um there's friction between the two of you. And I was like, oh my gosh, it makes so much sense. Like it really was the first time ever that I had been tested and I was like, whoa.
I'm just gonna tell you how bad those tests are testing NE too, because you kept testing like ENFP and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you're so clearly NI and not NE.
Yeah, and you tested my TI a lot too when we were
Uh,
back in Arcadia, you know, writing stuff down. Um, and I think I always passed.
right. Well, if you were worried about being polar, you're not polar. You know.
It's just crazy to me that how like I feel like after the second function, like things really go downhill. Ugh. Like my TI sucks. I'm embarrassed of it.
I mean, you gotta remember that it functions more. As a function, it does more than just be a skill. So, like, you prioritize fairness and as an absolute value. Where do you not?
Yeah, I do.
Justice is super overplayed.
I noticed it more when I was little than now. Epstein could have been an ENFJ because he knew how to network. He definitely had the FE.
Third slot SE as well.
True.
JP Weiser's Rye is what it's called. But you got JP Weiser's Rye whiskey.
You do realize MBTI is about patterns and not about vibe or stereotypes. I'm going to put a poll up if that's okay. I don't know how to do it anymore on here.
Yeah, sure, put a poll up if you want.
You need help choosing my lipstick. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Well, maybe if I log in on the computer, then you can do it on the computer.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Let's see. It's a little chilly inside. It's warmer outside than it is inside.
Yeah.
So let's like put on the heater for a moment to warm it up. Okay.
Based on me.
Okay, go ahead. Wow, we are
Oh
down.
no, what did I do?
Let me close that out.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, we're getting clobbered here. We're down by We're down by 18 points. Wow.
Damn, that was quick.
Yeah.
Could I have the mouse?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Use the tab to get on there too.
Oh. Oh. Sorry.
That's okay. Based on name only, which lipstick should I wear? We've got at least 3 options.
And one more.
What does that say? Saltiness?
Sultriness?
Sultriness.
Did I spell it? It's not a real world word.
SULTRINESS. Yeah, okay. Sultriness and XOXO. All right, well, let's see which one wins. Based on name only, Which lipstick should this beautiful but currently lipstickless woman wear?
My lips are fading into my skin. I don't have very pigmented lips. Does that make me an ISFJ?
Yeah. It's classic ISFJ move.
What's the Mongolian mindset?
He's this typologist. He's the one who typed Jordan Peterson INTP and Jeffrey
Oh.
Epstein INFP.
Thanks another time. I think you're beautiful too.
Me?
Of course.
Oh, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
It's because I spend my days at the beauty salon, getting beautiful all day.
What kind of lipstick exists? I'm sure.
Down by 16 points.
It's on you.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. It's fine.
Unless you want to see the chat.
No, it's okay. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work of left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list from this list. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time on the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking with you. A little song. Do I still think Ronaldo is an ESTP? Did I ever think Ronaldo is an ESTP? I don't have any idea what type Ronaldo is. Well, thanks there, Inner Rambo. I appreciate it. Nice to see you. Did I hear about Andrew Tate? Oh, what type do I think he is? I don't know. I've never watched any of his content. I've heard about him. He's obviously like controversial, and you know, something probably. I've heard various negative things about him, but I have no idea what type he is. Do you want to sing along with me, Rachel?
Sure.
Want to do Cloudy Day?
Sure.
Okay, well, you know, obviously you have lots of opinions about things. Let's go the other direction so that we don't have the TV behind it. You wish you were better at guitar?
I bet you're good. Good positive feedback is good. And it's normal to doubt yourself.
You know, it's not super important to be good at guitar. It's more important to be good at like making music, you know. You want to go a little bit closer?
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Bubbles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life is strange to be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to zap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise, is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Bubble past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Good job, Eric.
Good job, Rachel.
Thanks.
Should we take a break? You want to do another one right now?
Oh, We could do another one right now if
You
you
want
like.
to do Gregory?
Okay. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
Because he's Gregory.
In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise, he hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, and perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them.
He's Gregory
In
disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Yay.
Good job.
Good job, too. There's a request for Satchel.
Okay. I'll do Satchel. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches the time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with bones. Yeah, that satchel, now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods. Well, there you have it. Satchel of helpful goods. Thank
That's
you.
great.
Well, SE just got stomped today.
Is it?
Well, it's a 14-point game. It's not over yet. It was worse, so we made a bit of a comeback. We just seem so out of control all the time. You're welcome another time. It's my pleasure. Thank you for requesting it. I don't play the guitar a whole bunch of these days. Oh, did you end your poll?
No, not yet. Did I?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's further up.
It might be. It shouldn't be over.
Let's see. There it is. Unless we make a super deep run in the Big Ten tournament, like we could win the Big Ten tournament, maybe. Yeah, I know that's a ridiculous notion, but let's just play pretend.
Sultriness is not the best name, but it's a good color.
Let's see. Which one would I pick? Yeah, I'd pick syrup as well,
Okay, we could end the poll.
based just on name. Sultriness is diabolical. Diabolical, huh?
I know, that's what I mean. I mean, it's like not the best name, but I don't think it's diabolical. Okay, so this is syrup.
Alright, it's time to end the poll. You're going to get your wish, everybody.
At 47%
The winning name,
is syrup.
syrup.
They call it a blue pink. Blue based pink.
Blue pink. No, like the color, pretty cat. Like the color.
That's the color.
Looks wonderful.
Thanks.
No. I don't
No.
need any. I have plenty of eyebrows already.
I've only. Oh, I did draw on Eric once. One time during COVID. And I connected dots with markers on his arm and I drew him on his arm.
Cool.
You don't remember?
Not really.
It looked pretty good.
I'm glad.
I saved it.
Well, it's still a 4-point game. Too little time really to make a comeback here. It'll be a super big miracle if we're going to come back here.
Thanks, Mrs. Mom. I've only drawn, I will say, I have drawn on someone when they were drunk, but only once. And I was highly to. Well, not incentivized, but encouraged. Yeah. They were like, yeah, just go ahead, and I'm like, okay. And I think I thought I was being clever because I said something clever on it.
Mm.
But I felt bad for the guy. He was out cold.
Oh. Well, then over with a capital O.
I have a tendency of nursing drinks. Come back, Brennan. I need a new card soon. So you come back tomorrow?
So tomorrow, Monday.
Okay.
Because over the course of the poll, there have been more than 12 people here. That's how. So even though there might only be 10 people here, there were 12 people here a little while ago, and then people come and go, right?
Yeah.
So that's how. The poll had duration, is another way of saying it.
Is anyone here a fan of the cartoon Adventure Time? I saw a YouTube about Jake the dog and his girlfriend, Miss something Rainbow.
Something there.
What do you think of it, Akeisha? Like I saw this YouTube about Jake and his girlfriend or his wife. I'm not sure. Yeah, the unicorn horse. Yeah, I forget her name too. But he was like the YouTuber was talking about how like they have such a great relationship and that like people should really learn from their connection. Um, and how like Finn doesn't really learn about love. Like he's not a good example. Like Jake is a good example of relationship goals where Finn like he has unrequited love with Princess Bubblegum. He uses Fire Princess to go after what's his name, the Snow guy, Snow King.
Yeah, that's Epic Eric, right? The most famous man on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Meat and 3. Arby's has a new meat and 3 food option. Reminds me of what Winston's mom says. She's from the land of meat and 3.
Who says that?
Winston's mom.
Oh. That's cool, Akeisha. That's so cool. When it was on. Yeah, and the guy was saying he's a big fan of the show. The guy was saying how Finn does grow. I think he ends up having a girlfriend, Finn, but how it's like he's more boy-like. It was really interesting. Like I always thought that show was funny, but it really does have good themes in it.
I interestingly never watched it.
Even though you said the I'm a buff baby, I can dance like a man. I can shake my fanny, I can shake my something. I'm a real shooting baby, I can buzz.
I mean, have I heard that before?
I sang the song. I showed you that song, and you were like, "Oh, that sounds like something I would make."
Yeah, it does.
So an ENTP could have been behind some of the writing. Um, Ever heard of the Midnight Gospel? Is that a show?
You know, I'm very NI minded for ENTPs, making up little songs for some.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. Like, you know, it depends on how developed an artist is, I guess.
I thought INFP possibly too. That was once I said it, I was like, wait, maybe an INFP. I can see being the creator of it because it's like pretty sweet. I mean, it and they make and like the unlikable characters are still like pretty funny. Like Princess, uh, what's her name? The Cloud. I was like, yeah, Finn, you need to come over. She used to crack me up. Oh, that's fascinating. Oh no, Princess, oh, Lumpy Space Princess, right? She's funny. She has an attitude, and she is entitled. Have y'all ever seen the website where they guess random people's MBTI types, like celebrities or cartoon characters?
Personality database?
Yeah, Lumpy Space Princess. She's iconic, honestly. Eric is on personality database.
Yeah.
So am I. But people don't like my type.
Not too much disagreement about mine, I don't think.
Mm-mm. Thanks, Acacia, though. I appreciate. I noticed that they took down, they like updated the website page for me, and they took down, me being for Enneagram. I guess maybe the person who's in charge of personality database was like, even though it's voted as she's a 4, she's not a 4.
Who knows?
You're right, Acacia. The people who know are the real ones. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, you know, they don't want me to be an INFJ, which is fine. I get it. When you look up against like Frank James, I mean,
Well, the reason people don't want you to be an INFJ is because they're haters of me.
yeah, they think
It has
that
everything to do with me and nothing to do with your type.
yeah, they think that you just
I want to be with an INFJ
yeah.
or something. Even
See,
though I was with an ISFJ right before you. It doesn't seem to matter, right? You know, people don't want me to be right that Delilah's an ESTP either. They want her to be some kind of F type because why would it be the case that my daughter is also TI tool that something I want to happen or something? I can't obviously. Zero chance possibility that I'm going to be influenced by what I want into evaluating correctly TI test scores. You know, it's ridiculous. I'm going to watch Iron Lung tomorrow. That Mark Pillier from YT made. Anybody see it? Seen it? No. Never heard of it. Is it like on TV or something, or is it on YouTube? Typology community is indeed a strange one. I tidied my apartment today. Good for you, Scott. Nice tidying. Wonderful. Do you think many people on the MBTI subreddit are mistyped? Yeah, I'm sure they are. I found out the way to do it as an INTP. The way to tidy. All right, you want to share it with us? I'm doing a little tidying up here. I emptied out the pot that I boiled or steamed the broccoli in last night. I made a lot of broccoli last night. Too much broccoli. I'm bad at estimating how much broccoli to make for some reason. Okay. This, I need to put this extra old rice in the trash and then put this in the sink. That's right. We're cleaning up. We're getting chores done. Moving our butt. That's right. We're cleaning up, having fun, and moving our butt.
I like that ditty.
Thanks. So anybody think maybe that guy who was here earlier might have been Tuts? Besides me? He has a certain tutsiness to him. What is that sound from outside? Some truck going down there. Whatever it is super loud. Okay. Wow. We really need some progress now. Got this one still to go. Just gotta get some little pieces of broccoli that came off of this. Alright, fine. I will use this. Alright, that's fine. Now this can go back over here. Okay. The rice needs to soak a little bit before it's going to be ready to be scrubbed out of there. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, thanks, Scott. It's reasonably well organized. Rachel and I both try to do our respective tasks to keep it relatively clean and not too gross. Speaking of things like that, I should go get the trash cans from the street. I've got two of them that have been stuck up there in the snow. They should be free now. And then tomorrow I need to take the trash cans, all four of them, back to the street. So let's go up to the street. Look at us go, getting stuff done. Yeah, yo, having some fun. Okay. I had to pour out some water from it. That took a minute, but I got them. I can actually take this full one up there right now. That'd be very responsible of me. Wow, that was exciting stuff. What are you watching? You're watching me take out the trash at the moment. But we're going to be done with that for a minute or two now. Well, we consider our options. Okay, let's look inside and see what people have said. What the guy's thing? What's he about? Oh, I talk about all kinds of stuff on the live stream. You could say typology content is, I guess, my primary mantle, but I talk about politics, art, music, science, sometimes woo-woo stuff, like, Sasquatches and aliens and such.
I would love and maybe the chat's comments, but there's a new conspiracy.
Oh, I want to hear it.
There's a new conspiracy that Jim Carrey is not Jim Carrey anymore. That they replaced him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
He recently appeared at some award show looking incredibly different.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think they were going to replace him? They'd find somebody who looks pretty similar?
You would think, but his eye color isn't even the same.
Yeah, that doesn't really look like him for sure.
And here's the Getty images. Like, something's off.
That's him.
Right?
It's him now?
Yeah.
His smile kind of looks the same. But yeah,
Strange, right? Something was done.
I think he's probably had some work done.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's the new conspiracy. The latest conspiracy.
Yeah. Seems like the world, it used to be easier to make determinations about what stuff had, I guess, credibility / plausibility than it is now.
Yeah.
Why read Jung when you can just read Freud? I don't know, cuckoo weepoo. I'm not telling anybody to read Jung or Freud, so. What do you think about the reptilian conspiracy theory? That some people are reptile people? I think that one I feel pretty confident is just silly nonsense. Why would they be reptiles? The idea that there's this other species of humanoid reptile things that shape changes into regular people, I think that strains credulity. Like, I was watching this thing the other day that was basically saying that a lot of buildings, like big buildings and stuff that were built here between, I don't know, 1750 and 1800 or something, like big neoclassical buildings, that they weren't actually built by Americans here, that they were buildings that we found here when we got here, that were made by this older civilization. And that there's been this intentional cover up of this fact. Well, I find that kind of ridiculous, but I mean, I can kind of get where his. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now. Too cool for school. Tartaria. Is that like even. The idea is that on old maps, apparently there's this place called Tartaria where is now like Russia. It's a historical term for Central Asia and Siberia, and a widespread conspiracy theory.
Mm.
I think it's probably just ridiculous. But what it appeals to is the reality that it's very difficult to be determinate or definitive about stuff that happened a super long time ago. You know, we've got a finite set of sources that sometimes increases as new things come into play. You know, like sometimes you get direct narrative talking about things, and even the significance of that direct historical narrative is often called into question by future generations reevaluating the objectivity of the original author, etc. You know, it makes it tricky for people to be determinate about stuff that happened a long time ago because they don't have that much. You know, get, they can't make new data about it happen. But but people still want to be like definitive about stuff. So for certain questions about a super long time ago, I think there's more legitimate room for alternate explanations and stuff. But in this Tartaria thing, I don't think so. Like I've got questions about the existing narratives about the Great Pyramid and so forth, and when exactly it was made. It seems it seems reasonable to have doubt about the legitimacy that Bronze Age Egyptians made it. Wow, the UAE was targeting with 130 missiles and over 200 drones. What's going on? There's some sort of war going on? So the U.S. and Israel tar- targeted Iranian.
Oh my god. A school?
Uh, sure, they didn't intend to hit that. Trump's such a hypocrite. Like not backing Ukraine and actual just use of where it would be a just use of force, and then attacking Iran with Israel. Uh,
He is a hypocrite. Does TI porn make you a hypocrite? Or hypocritical?
um, well, it makes you kind of immune to recognizing when you are, I guess. Okay, thanks a lot, Kuka. I remembered you from earlier. The former Ayatollah unalived 30,000 Iranian protesters. Well, I mean, why does Israel need our help? they don't. I'm not saying that Iran's well served to be in the hands of a theocracy, you know. Regime change there is not ill advised compared to, say, in Iraq, where we had a secular dictator, which is about as good as you're going to get in the Middle East. Look, not the not the worst place conceivable to use force. Okay, but you know, it's like it's kind of odd to be for him to be making any appeals to justice or legitimacy of force now when he had this totally insane, like, it's somehow Ukraine's fault perspective on Ukraine. You know, it's ridiculous. Okay, well, the U.S. This is where words matter a lot, right? The U.S. should have unequivocally stated and stood behind Ukraine that from the very outset. Forget who's president, right? But in his first term, he should have been unequivocally with Ukraine. Regardless, you guys don't want to see hypocrisy there. That's fine. I don't want to argue about politics. There is this other thing called Congress is the only body of government that can declare war. He can unilaterally use the Marines in certain contexts, but since when can he just unilaterally have missile strikes without any consultation with the
Seriously,
with
what's
the
up with
legislative
that?
branch?
How does he get away? How does he get away with it?
It's the creepingly unchecked power of the executive. Which is all very horrible. Yeah, well, I didn't like it when Obama did it either. One of the many reasons why he was a horrible president was his not just continuation of, but expansion of the Bush drone strike program. But at least then it was, you know, kangaroo court legitimized by the quote unquote war on terror. You know, a farcical justification that is for sure, but less totally unilateral than drone strikes on Iran. Well, whatever. Whatever. What a fucking disaster, this nightmare this world is coming to. I get that Iran is bad, right? But like, what justifies uh, trespass against another nation's sovereign boundaries? Like, can we just attack any country? Can he just attack any country he feels like if he feels they're bad? Is that okay? At what point um, does the desire for regime change just become destabilizing aggression? It's like there's lots of bad governments in the world. We're going to attack all of them. Iran killed Americans in Gaza. Okay, well, I'm not familiar with the incident you're talking about, but when was that? And are you sure it wasn't Palestinians? That would make more sense. Anyway, just because some Americans get killed by some other country's nationals someplace in the world, that justifies attacking those countries? What if some Norwegians kill some Americans when they're visiting Norway? Does that justify us attacking Norway? There has to be some sense of consistency and justification, or else shit's just completely arbitrary, right? And that's not good. Like, if you're going to be justifying things like that, then why not free North Korea? Those people are suffering the most. The Iranian populace is not suffering nearly as much as the North Korean population. Open borders is an immigration policy position. I disagree with it, but um, that has nothing to do with war. Like, is the open borders notion a is it contrary to the appropriate jurisdictional domain of sovereign nations? Yes. And is attacking another sovereign country example of aggression? Yes. It's not just, it doesn't validate under just war theory at all. Oh, did Clinton actually testify before Congress? I'm surprised they actually got him to talk. I'm sure it's horrible. Yeah, it's like, they got Hillary in there too? She's just as deep in that shit as he is. I mean, the Clintons were rather best friends with them. There's an email in that Epstein stuff that says, let's celebrate with pizza and grape soda and whatever other fucking garbage they were saying, but only if Hillary wins. There's an email specifically in there that says that. So they're much more friends with Hillary and Bill than they are with Trump. Trump may be a horrible person in his own right, but he may be mentioned, but the email I'm talking about made very clear their preference for Hillary over Trump. I mean, unfortunately, seems like there's a lot of different ways in which people can be scumbags. Oh yeah, the Clintons were deep with Epstein for sure. There's no doubt about that. And I want to stress that it does not change the fact that Clinton was a great president. That's just historical fact. Nothing we can do about that, right? He was also a horrible person. When he was president, the Secret Service literally called Air Force One Lolita One. So, what's your take on the new Iran operation? I think it fails any reasonable person's test of legitimacy on many grounds. Yeah, first George Bush was fine. He did a good job of managing the Kuwait thing. Now that was a totally legitimate use of force, right? Very different. To be responsive versus to be exemplifying aggression. Yeah, it's just my mixed right is right. They can, and the justification is, well, Iran's bad. Okay. That obviously does not work as a justification.
It's horrible, Kitty Cat. I'm so glad that you said that because it triggers me too, in like this real way. Like I get triggered by things, but this is like serious. Like name a person and they're basically in it. Like it's crazy. I don't even want to like mention the things that are just like ah.
Do you think you're informative? It depends on what I'm talking about. Are you Persian? No. The real aim isn't really regime change, it's to turn Iran into a demilitarized zone with no bargaining leverage in the region. That may be, in fact, their goal, you know. Who knows what? Who knows even if they have a long game?
Thank you, Putty Cat. I agree with you.
Yeah,
Australian or Algeria.
I'm from
It's very
America.
different things.
I'm from America. It's not an operation. It has far more reaching components. It's not a surprise it is happening. Well, I mean, whether it's a surprise or not has nothing to do with whether it's legitimate.
This wasn't since mom here in the chat. She might be. I don't. I'm not sure why she thinks that. I mean, I might have thought that. I don't. I don't think I thought either way. I don't know what I thought. You thought politically.
They're so it's so ridiculous with their like childish code that they're using. It, there's nothing remotely. It couldn't more obviously be code for something. You do realize you can be informative as your preference and direct sometimes. Well, like I said, whether or not I'm being informative depends on what I'm talking about and what I'm doing, right? Obviously, if I'm playing a little song, I'm not being informative.
How the Clintons were obviously involved. Do you think that was just involved?
Well, their whole pizza and grape soda and jerky, and it's super obvious that they're referring to something other than those actual words. Like if this happens, let's celebrate with pizza and grape soda and shit like that. It's ridiculous. It's crazily transparent that that's what it is. What exactly it's referring to can be debated, but that it's some kind of code to hide some behavior that they don't want to leave a paper trail of is incredibly obvious.
Um.
Their email where the actual nouns wouldn't make grammatical sense, let alone standing out awkwardly. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, Oprah's in it.
Oprah,
Yeah.
another horrible
Selena
person.
Gomez is apparently in it.
Really?
Yep. I'm telling you, people you think are like neutral or like just in the industry, like Britney Spears is in it something like 51 times, but as a victim of like tests and stuff. They fucked with her. I don't know why Selena Gomez is. I couldn't listen.
Initiating, responding. I mean, most people do at least some of both, right? Obviously, you initiate some exchanges and you respond to some things that other people say. And in this context, obviously, I'm reading the chat and responding to it. So you're going to get plenty of responsiveness.
Oh, you know who's like kind of outing himself? Bill Gates. He like recently was like, yeah, you know, I've been to Epstein parties, but he said something like a few times,
Yeah,
and
well,
everyone's like, yeah, okay, a few times.
Bill Gates said to his staff the other day, obviously I made a huge mistake in associating with somebody like that. I only had affairs with two Russian
Yes.
women.
Yeah.
That's
right.
what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you were at the bar for 7 hours and you had two beers. That's what you're telling me.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just not buying that, Bill Gates. I'm sorry. I had affairs with two women, older women who were Russian. They were at least 30 years old. Uh-huh. Okay, Bill Gates.
Yeah, okay, Bill Gates.
I don't know what type Bill Gates is. I have no idea. Never tried to type him before.
Me neither, actually. Yep, Obamas are in it too. The Obamas are in the Epstein files.
Buddy Cat doesn't think they did anything bad.
Who knows, though?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if Obama, he's I think anyway. I type him as an E-Dom, so it's not necessarily his jam. Wild sex party.
Yeah, but like, I wonder what he was. Why he
Well,
and Michelle
I
were
mean,
referenced.
potentially massive political donations in
Yeah.
that camp of people. It's understandable why rich and powerful people would be attractive to politicians.
Elon Musk is not an INTP.
He's just trying to be provocative again. He came as a different name for a bit, and I called him on, and he came back. Probably Tuts.
Oh, Tuts.
Yeah. TF is ESTJ. Who's TF?
The fuck, I think?
No.
Or...
Oh, I see. That's what he's saying. Yeah, I got you. Obama's not an ESTJ. I tend to think he's ENTP. If somebody were to make a substantial case for ENFP, it'd be might have maybe a hard time, you know, definitively winning the argument. But he's an NE-Dom. I feel pretty confident about that. Oh, I see. Okay.
ESTJ is a TE Dom with SI tool, NE third, and FI fourth, right?
Yeah. Obviously, I've never typed him, so I can't say for sure what type anybody is. I haven't typed, but
No, it's true.
people can be deceptive in their affect. The Bill Clinton testimony reminded me of I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Hey, TW.
Okay, so it's not some estranged state of tourist jockers. I don't know what that means.
Neither do I. No. Oh, that's what he was saying. ESTJ. A strange state
Oh, I
of
see.
tourist jockers.
Gotcha.
No.
Open up some sunlight, guys. Here's a little sunlight for you. How could he debates? Um, I mean, the reason I think he's an NE-Dom is because of his propensity for playing on the one hand, on the other hand, but also this and also that. When discussing any issues, he always liked to try to include a lot of different perspectives. His speeches were rather long, and I think largely improvised.
Mm-hmm. I'll always remember when he did this one save address or some speech, and he had Key Key what's his name, the guy who on Key and Peele would do the interpretations of what Obama's saying.
That would be key.
Yeah, That was funny. That was really funny. I thought that was smart, adding him to it. Like, Obama would be like, tonight, we're gathered here in honor of our veterans. Yo, the veterans are why we're here! Like,
Yeah, well, um, okay, well, you've made clear, Wahale, that you're determined to disagree with whatever I say, so it's fine. If I had said he was something else, you would have been in just as stark a disagreement for different reasons. Your only goal is to be provocative, so obviously there's no point in being responsive to what you say.
oh yes, they're friends. Oh yes. Oh yes, they're friends. Oh yes, they're friends. They're friends. They are still friends.
Who's friends?
Clintons and Trumps, totally.
Wouldn't surprise me. I used to uh, generally cast a lot of doubt to conspiracies involving some cabal of elites running things,
Yeah.
and now I'm much more open to the possibility.
I'm glad, and I'm glad that you're more open to the possibility of certain celebrities being like not who they say they are because of their PR.
Yeah, there is a hostel in Mid Pines, not too far from where we live. We were talking to Jared about it last night,
Oh
in fact.
yeah. Is that where we're going tonight? Are we going?
I don't know. Do you want to go?
I don't know.
I don't super feel like it at the moment, but
Neither do I. We'll see what he says. If he brings it up, then we'll think about it more, I guess.
yeah. That seems a reasonable thing to do.
Los Angeles.
You've been to that hostel, then. It's pretty awesome. It's on a hill. Oh, cool. Glad to hear it, Johnny Dell.
Oh, you have been to the hostel?
Yeah, Mid Pines.
Oh, that's cool.
Who do you vote for in 2000? Uh,
So Bruce.
was that George
Gore?
W. Bush versus
Yeah,
Gore?
I think so. Yeah.
I honestly don't remember. I'm not sure I voted. I think I probably did not, but I might have voted. If I did vote in that election, I probably would have voted for Gore because I found George W. Bush to be such a tard. But I found them both to be tarded, so.
SNL did a really good skit of their debate, one of their debates, and like Gore kept on saying, "law box." I don't know. We were kids. We thought it was hysterical. And then Will Ferrell played Bush, and of course he knows how to play Bush really well. Like he just acts like a jock, or not even jock, frat dummy.
If I voted in that election, I probably would have voted for Gore because that would have been coming out of Clinton's second term. I was very happy with Clinton. Clinton was Gore's VP, you know. I probably would have voted Gore, but I really don't remember.
I don't remember who Bush was up against in 2004 either, and I voted for that person. I voted against um I voted against Bush, but I can't remember who I voted for. Isn't that great?
Okay, thanks, Riley. We don't really need you. Your provocations. Who typed me? I typed me. You voted to stop capitalism. Capitalism isn't something you stop, right? Capitalism is the absence of use of force interfering between people's, you know, mutually consenting commerce. To the extent that somebody applies use of force to instances of commerce, that represents a departure from capitalism. So, you're saying you vote to stop it by increasing taxes and regulation and a bunch of other stuff. Well, that's certainly, in that case, you're doing what you're saying you're doing. But that's definitely not a good thing for anybody. It's a mistake to think that capitalism is something like socialism or some other ism where it's centrally constructed as a vision to begin with. Capitalism is just liberty played out via commerce. It doesn't mean there shouldn't be some to some extent government involvement to ensure level playing field, prevent monopolies, etc. I think that's appropriate. Protect consumers to some extent. But it's a mistake to think that the engine of our economy could ever be anything other than individual free enterprise. Because that's the nature of prosperity, right? It goes hand in hand with liberty, and a good standard of living goes hand in hand with prosperity. So I could sit around a campfire with you folks. I know that. Well, I'd like to think so. We're pretty pleasant campfire company.
Yeah. Yeah.
To some extent, that's kind of what the live stream is contemporary campfire.
Yeah.
At least this kind of live stream at this kind of size was like that. We've got 13 people here, maybe call it 12. If one of them is Rachel. No, I don't think Trump is an ENTJ. I'm fairly confident on this one. He's an ESFP. I remember 1994 Oklahoma bombing. If you're that American, talk to me.
I remember that. I was in school and they put it on the TV.
I mean, I remember it too, if that's what you mean. It was obviously a horrible tragedy.
Mm-hmm. It was shocking. It was actually like literally too much for my young brain to piece together. What was I 9?
Uh, I think Kamal is ESTJ.
94.
Yeah, you were 9. Yeah. That makes me like 23 or something. The thing about Oklahoma City is it was, it had the added sting of being somebody committing treason, an American citizen doing that to his own country. But, people get all riled up about ideological stuff. Who's the famous wife? This is Rachel.
Hi.
My beloved and beautiful darling.
Thanks.
David Koresh was bad thing in general. I don't remember all the details of it. Well, ESFP presidents are pretty rare. That's possibly true. I've not really gone and tried to type a bunch of presidents, but I do think that Andrew Jackson was very much also probably an ESFP. Very much like Trump.
Has anyone seen the? This might just be a millennial interest. I don't know, but has anyone watched America's Not Next Top Model documentary? Super. So far, like from what I've heard about it, it sounds super interesting. Sounds like Tyra Banks is a terrible person. Yeah, there's a documentary about it. So fascinating. Like they really treated the contestants poorly. And actually, a lot of the models said that once they were off the television show and they were going for modeling jobs, a lot of the photographs that they took on America's Next Top Model were like tossed aside and useless, basically.
Hi, Bob.
You went to the same school as Tyra, but not at the same time. That's cool.
Bob Brown. Hi, how are you? We're good. Kamala Harris is an ENFJ, says Scott. I mean, she's got awfully bad FE for an ENFJ.
Mm-hmm.
Your SSRIs are showing. What does that mean? Who knows what your Enneagram is? Well, Haley. Nobody knows what your Enneagram is. Brittany may have gone wonky again. I saw some headlines on YouTube. ChatGPT says Clinton, JFK, and Andrew Jackson were ESFP. Well, I don't think either Clinton or JFK was, but
I didn't watch the documentary Bob Brown, but I want to. It seems very interesting. I watched the first maybe 3 seasons, and then like when it came out, and then I watched it again when it was on Amazon Prime for a little bit. Like the first couple of seasons, I rewatched it. I was just like, oh my god, everyone is so thin, and like I just remember thinking like the judges were really harsh, calling them fat and stuff. And then like one of the girls had a gap in her teeth and she didn't really want to have it anything done to it. And Tyra was like, if you have this in your teeth, that's all that they're gonna notice. And then cycles later, like 10 cycles later, she makes someone have a bigger gap than they actually have. So it's like what they call it, like they call it a humiliation ritual between the contestants and the judges.
how horrible.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that you can't like you go through so it's like they used your vulnerabilities against you. So there was like a girl who said she was afraid of spiders. What did they do? They do a picture with her and spiders. Like yeah. And you would hate Janice Dickinson. She's such a bitch on it. Um and they had favorites and stuff, but the fact that they left the television show, right? They had they had a way into the fashion industry, and yet all that work, all those pictures, your portfolio is not even taken seriously. Like that's a whole waste of your career. Um I would be so upset if like I went through all of that, all of those photo sessions, and none of my pictures were viable in the fashion world. Like, I feel like it gave a lot of young women hope, and didn't actually like make any many careers, if any. I don't even know. I mean, I know modeling has an expiration date for, the most point.
Um, so am I reading the past comments? Yes, I've read all your comments with hail. Okay, I read them all. You want me to respond to them? I don't know what your enneagram is. Lincoln, INTP, not a terrible type form. I don't know. French president is INTP. I don't know even who the French president is. Um, let's see what else we have here. Acacia says, I watched the seasons as they came out until the last few seasons. Not sure if I saw them all. I think they tried to be more inclusive of body types as time went on.
Yeah, yeah. Tyre was a tyrant. Janice Dickinson was. They all were like mean.
Dala says, ANTM humiliation ritual indeed. They cut off all of some girl's hair and then throw her off the show for not pulling off the bald look.
Yep, they did that.
We're gonna watch Gonzaga and St. Mary's. I don't really necessarily plan to, but I might. Use good show for NI-DOM. Okay, not sure what that means. But aren't some models overweight? I mean, aren't there some? Yeah, well, I mean.
Yeah, but but at the time the show was in the early 2000s, and skinny was in. Like, there were some models who were like average weight, and they would call him fat. Like, Janice Dickinson was so mean.
Okay. Okay. I need to find your email address. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got your email address. Now I'll put this here. Thank you for purchasing a typing session. What day and time would you like? I'm on California time. Eric. Send. Okay. I did it.
You did it.
Thanks for coming on and telling me that so I did it right away. That's convenient. Didn't Lawrence Welk have a bubble machine? You are correct. Uh, Somebody bought a typing. I don't divulge information about such people unless they want me to. Sometimes I'll say their first name. I don't know. This person kind of self-identified their name, but So we'll see if we get a reply right now as well. Possibly we will, because it seems like, you know, they were in a hurry.
True. They did come into the chat to let you know, right?
Yeah, they did. I think my great grandma watched Hee Haw. My grandma probably watched Hee Haw, and her sisters and stuff. Is Wheel of Fortune an old person's show? I could see myself maybe enjoying it. I don't know.
I'm so bad at it. I mean, I would watch it. I'm better at that than Jeopardy. I'm not a good. I'm not. Family Feud, I'm good at. I like Family Feud.
Top 4 answers on the board. Things that have toppings.
Pizza.
Number 1 answer on the board. That's gotta be. I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking like muffins.
Makes sense, right? Like, NI.
Yeah.
Summary of.
It's
Ice cream.
no, it's a good answer too. For some reason, I was thinking muffins. I don't know if that even makes any sense. But, you know, to make real sense, of course, you got to be able to answer and ask a certain very important question. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? I said, who loves you, baby? It's Tennis Savalas. Who loves you, baby? Tennis Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? It's Tennis Savalas. Who loves you, baby? Tennis Savalas does. You know how to ask the right questions. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So I hope you all enjoyed that rendition of Who Loves You, Baby? Featuring Telly Savalas. American hero, man of his generation, Telly Savalas. She was a mystery sex symbol back in the day when she was just flipping letters. So what you're saying is that flipping letters is basically the entertainment TV industry's version of turning tricks? Who had gray hair? Richard Dawson. I made a video about him. He was, by all accounts, a very decent guy, despite his whole kissing thing. He ended up marrying one of the people who was a contestant on the show. But it's not like he had a habit of dating people who were contestants. Or, he wasn't like a predatory scumbag, is what I'm trying to get at. Even though he did a lot of that kissing stuff, it was innocent. It was a different time, it was actually innocent. Unlike most stuff that doesn't appear innocent, it was innocent. I did some research on the matter. Made a video about it. Guilt is back. No, that's fine. I'm asking. I was asking the question. I wasn't telling anything. Yeah, there it is. Thanks, Mrs. Mom. As you can see, I did in fact make a video on the subject. Okay, back inside. Was Richard Dawson an alcoholic? I think so. It's been a while since I made that video, but I think he did have a bit of a drinking problem, yes. If I remember correctly, one of the fairly reliable accounts has him fairly well drunk while he's performing in the movie Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Maybe it was the second one, I'm not sure. He was in one of them. Oh yes, you want pets and watching. Otherwise you won't properly digest your food. Yesterday, Rachel and I had Jared over for dinner. We had spam and rice and broccoli. Chatted with him for a bit. Lulu came with him too, of course. She's such a good dog. But she was also ready to go home and I guess eat herself. She's getting pretty old. She's not going to eat that well necessarily. She still has some inherent doggish youthfulness to her, like she likes to go on walks and stuff, but obvious she's got like sore joints sometimes. I feel so sad that we've gotten to know her and love her, but you know she's old, so we're not gonna get that much time with her necessarily. It's still gonna hurt a lot. Obviously not the same as if it's your dog, but she's a real friend, that dog. Both of our cats, I don't know, they seem to be in the ruddy cheeked flesh of prime years, but I don't know how long that stretch of years is for, you know, cats. Like they both seem like they're adults but not old yet. I guess middle-aged for a cat. Your cat had a medical issue a couple months back? Well, we had to take him to get an infection in his leg fixed some time back. It seems fine for now, though. Most cats do. They seem healthy as a goat. Goats being notoriously healthy. As a rope goes into a bar and the bartender says, "We don't serve rope in here." So he leaves and goes outside and ties himself in a knot and is upset and rubs the walls, etc. Then he goes back in and the bartender says, "Hey, are you the rope that was just in here?" He replied, "No, I'm afraid not. I love that tequila, this tequila." "Oh, I'm afraid not?" "Oh, I see, because he's afraid not." Right. Oh my God, that's such a ridiculous joke. That joke has to go a long way to generate its premise. Viagra's pharmaceutical name is mycoxaflopin. That's not actually its pharmaceutical name. This goes to truth amidst lies, such Candace Owens asserting insane things about Erica Kirk. Like what? Let's see if that person replied to my email. Well, I don't see any reply yet. Well, maybe at some point they will reply. What am I going to right now? Oh, right. Mute this. Mute this, and then we put this in a split view with this, like so. That's good. They're humanists, whether it's self-power Satanists or Masonic or Jesuits. They're humanist. I mean, I don't think anybody would call Jesuits humanists. What makes them humanists? Hmm. I'm surprised. I don't think I've encountered that before, but wouldn't surprise me if I do soon enough. These Australian guys, they've made their whole channel. They've got 24 million subscribers. Their whole channel is basically throwing things down hills, off of mountains, or like now they're playing extreme frisbee golf down a ski mountain. Well, I'm watching it. So, it's a little tiresome after a bit, but they edit it reasonably well. I get a little bit too much of them maybe reacting to stuff, but overall it's pretty well done. They have a lot of cameras. Wow, that was a pretty good shot. They follow a man, the Pope, for example, interpretation of God. Okay, well, I mean, just because they have somebody above them in church hierarchy doesn't mean they think that person is God. Is power the absolute value? Power is not a value. It's, a capacity to, I guess, enact that which you will or something. What happens without power? I mean, power, it comes in a couple different meanings, right? When we're talking about humans having power, we typically mean either the power of lawmakers slash executives or what have you, or we're talking about um, the power of a studio executive to get their way, regardless of or something like that, right? So what happens without power? Well, there's no human relations that are gonna. Few human relations are going to be completely, without power dynamics, because the only like certain, I guess, leisure activities don't necessarily have power dynamics, but most things that involve multiple people or any kind of enterprise or intent to do anything, there's going to be some kind of, well, like I'm the boss, you guys are employees, or I'm the coach, you guys are players, or something like that. Finally, I brought my dumbbells downstairs to my main setup. Now I can lift it practically any time. Well, good for you, Gelt. Well, I mean, to me, it just represents people being able to have ownership over certain things. Like, you know, if I if I have an idea I want to implement that requires me to hire other people, I can pay them, and it's just a contractual agreement. I'll exchange money for your cooperation and what I want you to do, right? Why should you never keep pharmaceuticals under the roof to avoid it becoming a drug addict? It's an excellent joke there. Thank you. I mean, the Jesuits are still Catholics, right? I think by and large, except at the very top levels of things, um, power relationships in America are pretty fair, you know? Like, business owners have the appropriate amount of power and can't be exploited in certain ways, and etc. And people just generally uphold the value of an appropriate kind of power relationship nowadays more so than ever before, I think, and are increasingly clear on what comprises an exploitative relationship and what doesn't. But nevertheless, I'm sure such non-optimal power relationships in the universe exist. That's unfortunate, but it's also important to remember that some of those power relationships include fairness, uh, ensuring bodies like courts. You know, they have power. And it's important they have power because otherwise there's nothing there to enforce fairness on either criminal or civil grounds. Yeah, well, I think you make a pretty good point there, Jeremiah Fix. Power in a high trust society can be shifted between different groups without too much chaos. It's more difficult where you've got what's kind of indisputably a trust deficit in current American discourse. I don't think, at least in terms of like stuff on the internet, I think there's a high degree of distrust of science and authorities in general, and I think the reason for that is many, but there's also a high distrust of the other guy, whatever other side of the culture war is for us. And certainly you see increased chaos and contemporary elections when somebody wins, like all these people saying Trump had the election stolen from him. Of course, then he wins the next election cycle. I wonder if they go back and go, maybe I was wrong about this. That's one thing that those Epstein emails made clear is that they didn't know who was going to win the election. That's one thing that is kind of a pleasant piece of information from those emails is it, at least as far as the Clinton and Epstein camps were concerned, they weren't able to fix it, quote unquote. They didn't know who was going to win. Right. Well, of course, the whole COVID stuff The problem wasn't so much with the science, although there's some problems there, but the problem was with people's understanding of public policy frameworks and so forth, public what the appropriate kind of jurisdictional grab is justified by what kind of situation. Like the problem was the idea that it was okay to have was essentially an emergency temporary response protract endlessly. You know, if you're still trying to figure out what exactly is going on, maybe go have a 1 day lockdown or something. But the thing is, um, ultimately, the problems were issues of who has the onus of responsibility, with who has the right, who's going to bear the consequences, and so obviously there's harm incurred by every individual who's not legitimately quarantined. And to be legitimately quarantined would mean that you'd have to show that they were actually sick. You should also have to show other things, but that's the bare minimum, right? You can't you can't quarantine people who aren't you haven't even determined if they're sick. And of course, if you were honest in your calculus from the outset, you would have said this isn't going to work because the long incubation time, the total lack of immunity, and other contagion factors like that. The best it could hope to do is like delay inevitable contagion, contraction, etc. I mean, even if I didn't put that in the parentheses at the end, I bet that would get a lot of views. But it's just also dark. I don't know if I'd want to get immersed in the whole thing. Right. And disallowing trying to avoid those natural processes occurring, disallowing people to do what they want in the interim while you're trying to make a virus, a vaccine that doesn't even end up actually working, is obviously completely unacceptable. The correct response was everybody protect yourself as much as you want, ranging from wearing a mask to wearing some kind of special breathing suit to staying at home all the time, whatever you see fit. But the best response to this is to continue business as usual for those people who don't feel compelled to stay home and are willing to take the chance, um, and and let it run its course. Yeah, everybody's gonna get it. Most people are gonna be fine. Some people aren't, and that's called life is a biological entity that's not in prison. Oh. Um, I probably won't do anything with it. If I want to look it up, I'll look it up. I appreciate you alerting me to that fact. Right, and the thing is, it seems most likely to me, although I have no way of knowing for sure, that the reason the alarmism ran so high is because there were some people in positions of power who influenced how things played out, who did in fact know that it was a lab engineered bioweapon. And because that term even, bioweapon, it made them want to freak out extra much, maybe. That seems like it makes intuitive sense to me. I have no way of knowing, obviously. But, you know what they say. You can't break an armoire with just a few eggs. You're going to need a big hammer or something. So no, government agencies didn't want to admit there's a lab engineered thing. Right, well, it eventually came out that the consensus was that it was a lab release. But as to, what exactly it was engineered for, I'm not sure that there's any kind of consensus about that, even though it would seem most sensibly to be engineered as a bioweapon intended to call the population in the most humane way possible, namely by killing people who were already sick and old, not really affecting the young. And of course, it mutated. It expressed its genetic, what do you call it? Malleability, adaptability. That's the word I was looking for, I guess. I have one full cigarette left, so I'm gonna look for a butt for now that's in good shape, if I can find one. A butt in good shape shows no signs of water damage, or very limited signs of water damage. It has a little bit of water damage in it, but it's such a big butt, I think it's worth it. No, it's not just epigenetic adaptation. I'm saying it expressed its genomic adaptability, right? Like the 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 dominant phenotypic expression of that thing represented a variation of the genomic uh, scope of that species, and not another section of variation that would be responsive to different kinds of things. It's adaptive to what it's adaptive to. All species have that ability to adapt their their genomes, I guess you would say. Like, let's say you've got a population of things with blue eyes and a population with brown eyes, right? But for some reason, there's some disease that kills off all the brown-eyed people. Well, you might still retain a little bit of the brown-eyed gene somewhere in the gene pool. Uh, if it were recessive, you probably would. I guess if it's dominant, you probably wouldn't. But regardless, so you might see a genomic signature change over time. The mistake that evolution makes is that it presumes you can extrapolate that process indefinitely until it becomes a different species, which is kind of a category error. It's like saying that if a child keeps growing taller, that eventually they'll become taller than any human being can ever be is not correct. It's basically saying that because a child can grow taller, that it's possible that some children will grow to 30 feet tall, but that's not the case. And the basic fundamental hinge of the fallacy is this. It's an idea that if a category label isn't absolutely determinate, like say, you can have category labels that are determinate as to whether something qualifies or not with labels like triangle, which comprises a closed shape of three angles, exactly three angles. But for label names that are not determinate as to exactly what qualifies it as it, and ironically, species is such a label that category label in the first place. But regardless, let's pretend it's not. That that therefore it's not. It doesn't have a limit in its expansiveness. That because you might be able to call, well, it's like the heaps argument as made by the Supreme Court a long time ago. That it's not exactly clear where a few grains of salt becomes a heap of salt. If in fact if 1 grain of salt is not a heap, well, surely one more than that is not a heap. Well, surely one more than that is not a heap. Well, eventually it does become a heap, no matter how many times you repeat that logic, right? It's not exactly clear where is a heap, but we can nevertheless understand that while heaps may be bigger or smaller, the difference between a heap and, say, a pile is nevertheless determinate. In other words, there will be plenty of instances of things that are clearly piles and things that are clearly heaps, and not potentially one or the other. So, the idea that you can have range within a thing while still necessitating it being either that thing or not that thing is a concept that people have trouble with. And so they're prone to making category errors. Like, no matter how much super bouncy balls evolve, if it, the label super bouncy ball can still only include some things and not others, right? And if you have a ball that doesn't meet some basic qualities like being a being a ball that's round, being um, bouncy, you know, probably being one of those small kind of balls to qualify truly as a super bouncy ball, right? Just because you may see evolution in super bouncy balls doesn't mean that, say, concrete bricks will ever become super bouncy balls or super bouncy balls will ever become bricks. Now, I think it's better to be in a heap of shit than a pile of shit. But I mean, I guess that depends on what time period you're using those terms. That's a very old Supreme Court case. Hi, Cincinnati, Ohio. And speciation, that goes to the muddle in the middle when human species interacted. Well, if you believe evolution, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were the same species. After all, they interbred and produced reproductively viable offspring, apparently, right? And by any reasonable account, that should be the definition of species, same species, because, after all, we can clearly point to, like, say, how we've got examples of both species that are close but are not the same that produce a third, not reproductively viable hybrid species, like ligers, right? So that's a perfectly good definition of species. It's operationalizable, sort of. But the other possible definition of species, like genomic signature, is the one we actually use because we assume each species actually does have a unique genetic signature, and we can tell the difference between them by looking at those genetic signatures. Well, I agree a heap does seem a little more than a pile to me. Well, but a heap is less than a heaping pile or a pile of heaps. You could have a pile of heaps, but could you have a heap of piles? I'm not sure about that. That may be pushing your luck. I think I want to make a little food. Because I think I'm a little bit hungry with my mouth and my stomach. What am I going to make? Well, I mean, I could just eat Rachel's leftovers too. Or reheat them potentially. Could make like fried rice out of it. We'd probably split that and she'd still have enough to eat. She have a lot of leftovers. Hmm. Well, maybe I should muse about it a little bit more. Like, if anybody just thinks about it for a second, there's no particular reason to assume that just because you can show variability within a thing and some process adapted to that variability, that you can assume infinite variability. There's lots of things in the world that don't work like that. Grill a ribeye steak. I do have a couple of little steaks in the freezer, but they're not ribeyes. But I wasn't thinking of doing something that involved, but I could actually. In theory, I could start up a barbecue fire and barbecue. Yeah, I was thinking about making that smoked sausage. That's easy to barbecue. I look frustrated. Do I? Hmm. Maybe I am a little frustrated. Frustrated with myself, I guess, in life. But I don't know. Frustrated, huh? Well, oh, here we go. This person replied, so I can get this on the calendar. Monday at 5 p.m., huh? All right. Monday at 5 p.m. it is. Typing session. Okay. Well, let me get his email address. put it right here. With a paste, and a pugity pia. I'm going to send. And voila. Typing session booked. Wonderful news, wonderful times. Wonderful feelings, wonderful rhymes. Well, that's good. I got that done, so I don't have to think about that anymore. Until Monday. We're typing a guide about a typing session. You know, we'll see what he wants to do, if he wants to publish or not, or what have you. I don't have any eggs, but I am thinking about just frying up Rachel's leftovers from last night because she has quite a few. Seems cost effective. And I bet it'll be even better when it's refried. Let me go get permission to do this though first. Hey Rachel.
Yeah?
I'm gonna fry up your leftovers, okay?
Okay.
You want some of them?
Yeah, I'll split with you.
Okay, cool. I finished my leftovers earlier, so I just used this pan last night to cook up spam in, so it's fine. Still the same spam that I cooked last night. So we'll take this and push it into here like so. Okay. Yeah, it seems a little dry. I could probably put a little soy sauce on it. But it'll warm up and it'll seem less dry probably. We just have to wait and see how that plays out. I'll put a little dash here and there. A little dash will do you. Rachel put a pretty good amount of sauce on her rice to begin with, it looks like. I don't think she really got it on the broccoli or the spam much. Get some smaller pieces of broccoli. I wouldn't even mind making it quite small. Kind of breaking it up into lots of little pieces. Those seem to be fine to me. It's fine if I chop up the spam somewhere too. Make it more like a fried rice, you know. Fried rice typically doesn't have big pieces of baked things in it that much. I wonder if I'm being informative now. Okay. Fry it up like chitlins on Christmas morning. Yeah, I don't know what chitlins are either. I think it might be like pork fat bits or something. I'm not really sure. Not sure if I've ever had them or not. Chitlins. Anybody here ever had chitlins? Historically, I guess they go with grits. Chitlins and grits. Doesn't that seem like that sounds familiar? You definitely need some kind of a meat with grits because they're so like oatmeal-y that they're not made out of oats. I've had grits before, multiple times. I don't really like them. When you put enough shit on, they just taste fine. Just put butter on it, salt. Okay, well, this stir fried rice, coming out pretty good, I'd say. This will be done here pretty soon. By cutting things into small pieces, it cooks all the way through faster, you know. Not that it's uncooked, but I mean heats up all the way. Maybe put a little bit more soy sauce on this, maybe. It takes a lot of soy sauce. Like broccoli is one of the foods that most benefits from soy sauce, and it's also most soy sauce resistant. Like a little definitely does not go a long way when it comes to broccoli. A little goes a little way. Alright, let's put this back on the plate then. I'm going to get Rachel a bowl. She prefers bowls. Really don't need any more than that. She's not as big an eater as I am.
Oh,
Here you go.
thank you.
You want any sauce or anything? I added a little bit more soy sauce in it. I haven't tasted it though.
That's fine. If that should be good. I think there was already.
Yeah, you put a fair amount on. Okay. Let's eat. Let's eat some fudge. It's everybody's favorite thing to eat. Oh, look, my water in there. Guess I should go get it. So it's hard to say for sure, but I think that guy earlier very well may have been Tuts. Had very Tuts-like, you know, contrariness. Look what you did. Okay. I will look what you did. You put me in a Pepsi apron. Okay. I'd say that looks pretty real, but kind of fake because you have to be a brand new Pepsi apron, you know. That's crazy that people can do that now so easily. You know, make AI generated images to make somebody look bad, and they look so realistic. Not occasionally trying to make me look bad, but if people wanted to, they could. Pretty good. That's a pretty good meal. That's the kind of meal that fills your belly with warmth and goodness. Mmm. You want some? Here you go, buddy. He really likes Spam. He's quite fond of it. he's less fond of the smoked sausage that I got, which is another kind of pre-cooked meat thing like this. Those pre-cooked meat things are convenient when cooking a dinner. You know, you get a protein, and you don't have to cook it yourself. You just have to make your starch. I'll put a touch. I'm glad you know with so much certainty. I mean, an ESP eating food? What? I don't think so. Mmm, delicious. I mean, there's no single definitive cue that you can use like that, obviously. We have to actually type somebody. I don't think trouble like that. I don't like how like AI generated stuff renders legitimate photographic evidence kind of like questionable because of AI's capacity to fake it. Like people have been able to Photoshop things for a long time, maybe, but AI is able to fake stuff much much better than a person can with Photoshop. The dollars can't hear me. mostly just the sound of eating. Eating, sleeping, and greeting. Who got me into MBTI? I mean, nobody really. I just found out about MBTI first on the internet, just as like type description, type test. Then years later, so I kind of lost interest in it quickly enough. But then years later, I discovered cognitive functions. I don't remember exactly how or by what website or whatever. But then all of a sudden, what was just kind of a curiosity came to seem to have a lot more legitimacy. I like poker. Sometimes I even play a little poker. But took this pill from the gas station called a fizzy biscuit. Felt like Molly mixed with shrooms. Huh. Yeah, you can click on links on the laptop without being a mod, I think, but I don't know about on the phone. I think you can't really click on a link on the phone without leaving the stream. Grabbed two more and a week later got raided by the SWAT team. Huh. Well, I guess no more fizzy biscuits. I was a little disappointed today in that Brendan had told me once like a week ago that he'd be gone until today. He was going to go back today. And then he told me again he'd be back today, like on Thursday or something, or Friday. But then when I texted him today saying, "Oh, what time are you going to be back today?" He said, "I'm actually not going to be back till Sunday or Monday." You know, INTP. So I had saved these Adderalls and I plan to take them while doing mushrooms today. Now, who knows when the mushrooms are going to get back, so I figured let's just take the Adderalls anyway. I took two of them, Rich took one. I had set aside three, which is an unusual amount of self-discipline for me. They'll tantalize your taste buds. How often have I been doing what? Adderalls? I mean, mushrooms? I try to take them like every week. Yeah, ideally I take them once a week. Sometimes I get impatient and I take it more than once a week. Like maybe I only put 3 or 4 days in between, like this last time. Yeah, well, I'm on a cycle, so for me, running out of Adderall and my 30-day supply of Adderall in any more than 14 days is a success. So if we consider this the last day, then I think I got like 10 days left. Let's see. 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 days left, depending on if they make me wait till Wednesday. Adderall makes you feel like Tom Brady and you just won the Super Bowl. Sometimes. For me to feel really happy like that, like if I'm gonna feel super like just joyful and satisfied and happy and all that kind of stuff, then I need to take Adderall and mushrooms. Because Adderall alone, it's kind of a mixed bag, I guess. I usually try to just take an eighth. About an eighth is about the right amount. But like this last time, I took well more than that because it was too soon. Like I had taken it not long before. Well, if you take it a lot, your receptors unregulated, right? I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, if you take it a lot, no, I mean, as long as you give it a week in between, it's fine. If you give it a week in between, if you're talking about the mushroom, talking about the Adderall, then I'm not exactly sure what the impacts of that are. Um, I'm on a, oh, I see. Yeah, that might be better, but that's not how I roll with it. I go like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, basically, which is its own relationship with it, I guess. Is the eighth slot the sweet spot for solid effect without diminishing returns? I mean, maybe in some sense, like when you're using your eighth slot function, it's probably a good effect. Probably you're gonna be it's something you're gonna tend to underutilize if circumstances allow you to. Oh, I thought you were talking about cognitive functions. Uh, yeah, I think the eighth is exactly the sweet spot. And it's not diminishing returns. It's just you're shrooming good and hard, but you're not completely in la la land where you're not really gonna remember it and so forth. I love when I picked up to pop a 20 IR and then a 20 XR and then another 20 IR. Sounds like a good day. Sounds like a heck of a day. Can't you just NI the other functions good enough when needed if you're NI front stack? I mean, if you're NI front stack, you'll use NI to know things when you need to know things. But whether or not it's like you're doing it appropriately or like regardless of what your knowing function is, you're going to use it by default to know things, whether it's in the right context or not. I suspect that it's going to be more of a problem the lower the slot is. Hmm. Well, those things do happen, Bob. Those things do happen. I don't know what that means times either. I'm not sure what it's referring to. I wish I could get one Molly prescription per year. That's all I'd ask for. That would be nice. The bitch just laugh her ass off in the background. Yeah, she's talking to her friend on the phone. I don't know what they're talking about, but something she found funny, I guess. Yeah, Putty Cat probably crashed out. He had a fair number of drinks, it sounds like, and it's almost 10 p.m. where he lives, I would imagine. I believe he lives in the Eastern time zone. What other jobs did I do before I retired? Well, I was in education mostly. I was an English teacher besides a debate coach, and before that, a special ed teacher, and before that, a substitute teacher. But prior to that, I had various random jobs like I worked at a deli. I worked at a Buick dealership filing files. I worked at the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk where I was a ride operator. Um, I worked as a telemarketer. I worked at a leather factory once for a little while when I was, as a temp job. Um, Worst job you ever had was Popeye's Chicken. Is it really that bad of a job? It doesn't seem like that bad of a job. Special ed teacher was a terrible job. It was retarded, yeah. It was exhausting. Do I think of Good Will Hunting to be a good movie? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it in a long time. Maybe. Fast food is just hard work. No downtime. Your back hurts even if you're 20. Huh. I see. I work way less hard in construction. Interesting. Some people were skeptical Ben Affleck and Matt Damon wrote that. I could see why, frankly, but who knows? Yeah, I've heard that skepticism voiced before too. That people saying there was probably a ghostwriter who didn't, who, was paid to not get any credit for it. Well, if the paycheck was good enough, I'm sure the ghostwriter was happy to take that deal. Yeah, the weed that I'm smoking is, who knows what? Like, it's just a bag, potentially all of one kind, potentially of a mix of different kinds. Which possible kind of smoking in any given moment, I have no idea. But sometimes we get a bomb rip that's particularly tasty. So I do think that I like some of the strains better than others. Oh, a lot of things to sigh about, a lot of things to cry about, but nothing to die about. a lovely evening, partly cloudy. We got the moon in the sky over there. You may recognize it from such orbits as Earth's. Can you see the moon even? A little bit, you can see it. That's what they call the moon, everybody. Enjoy it while you can. The politicians are going to steal it away from us. The dominant elites are planning on charging us to look at the moon. See? They've hidden it away already. Because I'm not paying their subscription fee. You want to talk about some fucked up example of capitalism? There's this. I mean, it's like kind of a. It's not really exactly the fault of capitalism. To some extent, this is the fault of the failure of an appropriate public sphere. But like in Michigan, there used to be a bunch of public ice rinks where kids would play in ice hockey leagues for like youths, kids, middle-aged kids, older kids, etc. And Michigan consistently produced some of the country's best hockey players. But then municipalities were tired of losing money on their hockey rink, thought, oh, this is a good way to raise some money for something, is to privatize these hockey rinks. And lots of them began selling their hockey rinks to this one company called Black Ice, or I don't know, Black something. And they, of course, increased prices for participation in youth hockey a great deal, and had rules like, until there was a big backlash against it, rules like, you can't film your own kid playing hockey, you have to watch the games on our subscription service. It's like, okay. That's exactly the kind of place where we ought to actually have, a public commons. It's in the public interest for municipalities, counties, what have you, to put up public sports facilities like tennis courts and basketball courts and so forth, and to facilitate running youth sports in a way that's not profit motivated, because otherwise shit gets just too expensive. Like, look at debate. If you want to be a high quality debater, your parents better be prepared to shell out a lot of money for trips to different states and big tournaments and stuff. And that's just with travel expenses. If they get private coaching, it's even more expensive, right? But if the public schools consistently offered adequate coaching, then there wouldn't be a need for the private coaching. It would still be expensive to travel to those destinations, but they could at least do like school fundraising and stuff for some of it, potentially. I don't know. The point is, I think it's important that communities be willing to invest in public facilities that generate the next generation of stars that people watch and stuff, and that give people who have talent in those areas a chance to shine. Same with soccer and other sports. Yeah, I'm not just saying just hockey rinks, basketball courts, tennis courts. Those are just the ones I named. I think it's especially kind of necessary in this current day and age where we have such an increase in solo sedentary leisure. I like to see it when municipalities like New York or Los Angeles hold a marathon. I'm not sure what the arrangement of that is with the municipality exactly, but um, there's lots of different athletic kinds of things, competition kind of things that communities can support that facilitate people actually engaging with one another in real life. I think it's more important now perhaps than it's ever been because there's so little there's such a diminished amount of call to any kind of community space to engage with people you don't already know and so forth. And I think also that it helps communities to feel like they're part of a unified or single community when they they share things like, oh, you and I both had kids in Little League or what have you. Damn, I knew that was gonna be hot. Still hot. Knowing it didn't change that reality. I'm not gonna smoke this whole cigarette right now, but I can tell you all we're on a countdown to the end of the stream because this is my cigarette finale, my last cigarette. Now, this will be more than one smoke's worth of cigarette because I'm just gonna take a couple of hits off it right now, probably, and put it out. But we are on a ticking clock. Using right and special guests. Something about it just pops. The our second one, it's a great picture of you, Eric. Okay, well, I'll look at it when I go inside. I can't look at it from out here. You're asking the impossible. Just like um, life itself. It seems like being asks you to live forever. Like it never says you should die now. Sometimes it does, of course, but let's say if it had to pick a fundamental premise, it would be the prior, not the latter. But everybody guy's gonna die anyway. Even though it's like, hold on, that's that's like everything I'm doing, right? And being and all that stuff. It just abruptly just that's it. What? Kind of a crazy concept, huh? I watched some been watching a little bit of rednecky stuff on YouTube. Like this ridiculous fucking contest these rednecks have someplace. I mean, they're self-identified as such, so it's not like I'm calling them names or something. Uh, where they ride down like a what they call a Barbie Jeep race. They had it on a super steep hill with like it's not super long, it was a steep hill, and then this sharp turn at the bottom, and they're going like full speed on their Barbie car, and they just person after person just wipes out in the turn, like almost like I think maybe one guy of all the guys I watched successfully made the turn. It's just these people just I'm gonna go down the hill on this thing and crash and it's gonna break and well, you might say, Eric, you watched it. Yeah, I did watch it. Um, like once. Probably not gonna watch much more of it. XTI is that XD? Oh, hello XD. How are you? Mono kart racing. I don't know what mono kart racing is, but they were like on a little Barbie car, right? What is y'all's favorite season? Um, oh, that's a tough one. Historically, I might have said winter, but I'm really kind of looking forward to the spring right now, and it's super nice out. It's incredibly nice. I also like autumn. Nobody seems to pick summer, even though summer is supposedly the time of all the fun that everybody goes out and has all the time. Let's all take a moment for Iran and the children and innocent people caught in the middle. Fair enough, Teabag. Yeah. Well, in a lot of ways, fucked up shit going down nowadays is somewhat, at least in many ways, less fucked up than fucked up shit used to be, I guess. Autumn and winter, says Acacia. Wow, you're shit out of luck, girl. Because you know what season it's about to be? Spring. That's just far away as you can get from your favorite seasons. That's why Acacia is outside right now, shaking her fist at the sky, screaming, "Why do you hate me, nature? What kind of mother are you?" The four seasons kind, says Mother Nature in reply. Which, of course, immediately chagrins Acacia. Trouble, will you not bother Capilla, please? She's way over there, and you're still going over there to try to stalk her. Four seasons, one mother. Nature. The real feeling of being you. Did they kill the Ayatollah? That's what Trump said. I don't know if he's correct or not, but that's what he said. Eric Acacia made this and wanted to show it to you. Really? Is that really what happened? Huh. That's a pretty good picture. Iran confirmed he's dead, huh? Wow. What do you know? Maybe I shouldn't have you look at that. I'm not sure what the rules are about that, actually. If you can see where there being a rule, you're not supposed to do that. Like, the child's supposed to be where the child is. You can look at my book while I go to the bathroom. Think about all the different ways in which you've had growing pains. Okay? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm better than ever. I'm bristling with bevies of beatific barbizons. Looks like the cast from Growing Pains. That was the cast from Growing Pains because that book is entitled Growing Pains. It includes stories about growing pains. Who's the author? Well, let's take a look. Let's see. N.H. Kleinbaum. Chapter 1. Mom, Dad, you won't believe this. We have a speckled chickadee out here by the garage. Hurry, come look before it flies away. Maggie and Jason Seaver looked questioningly at one another across the kitchen table. So? They asked in unison, eyeing their 15-year-old son Mike skeptically. Mike bolted from the window to the table. He pushed a thick book on bird life under his mother's nose. This is important, he said, pointing to a picture in the book. Don't you realize the speckled chickadee is almost entirely indigenous to the lower Adirondack Valley? And here we are on Long Island in southern New York, and we've got a freak of nature outside. Mike dashed back to the window, not even noticing the quizzical glances of his family exchanged. We've got a freak of nature in here, too, 9-year-old Ben commented as he spooned thick glogs of chocolate sauce over his ice cream. Maybe two. 13-year-old Carol said, eyeing Ben's concoction. Doesn't it feel like you're right back there in the Seaver's kitchen on the set of Growing Pains? Do you know about Kirk Cameron? What about him? Yeah, I know generally his story and stuff. Yeah, when this was taken, they were quite young still. Obviously, they grew older in the series. This is probably towards the beginning of it. I would guess. Year 1, year 2, maybe. At least that's when the picture's from. He gets in a lot of trouble. He tangles with a dirt bike and it bites back. Uh-oh. Her name is Lisa. She looks like Madonna and she likes him. He's terrified. Uh-oh. His surprise date for the Springsteen concert is really uncool. And now the whole state of New York knows about it. Oh no. He stages his own rebellion against standardized tests. The computer doesn't think it's funny. Neither do his parents. Uh-oh. That's Mike Seaver spelled Trouble. The only trouble is you can't really get mad at him. Well, maybe just a little. Ah, isn't that nice? Well, you got to give him some credit. I don't think Kirk Cameron is mentioned anywhere in any Epstein files. You know, that's better than most celebrities, it seems like. You know, it's not a good idea to evangelize, but that's a whole different category of ill-advised behavior. I'm surprised Pee Wee Herman is not in the Epstein files. Um, well, I think it's fair to say that attraction rather than promotion is always going to be a better course of action. Yep, he's dead. Pee Wee Herman died. Died a few years back, seems like. I don't know exactly how long ago. No, there's the words attract and promote are different things. So let's not be dishonest about it. Nothing very Christian about that. In the first model, other people come up to you to talk about God and ask you about it. In the second model, you presume to go up to other people and talk about God, when if you understood him well at all, you would not be inclined to do so. Yeah, very dishonest. There's a clear distinction between attraction and promotion. In the first instance, as I said, other people approach you. You're not trying to get them to approach you or anything. And happen to talk to you about, like, hey, how are you so chill and happy and stuff? And you tell them about your Christianity. That's legitimate and honest, right? Whereas evangelizing is going and telling people who don't want to be talking about your religion, your religious stuff. That's not a good idea, and it's dishonest of you to pretend that it's the same thing as the other. Hi, simple girl. How's it going? Yeah, I may not be on for too much longer. We'll see. Um, there's another thing going on that might potentially impact what happens here this evening because there was talk a lot last time. Um, Last night when we were hanging out with Jared about possibly going to this Irish thing tonight. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm sure it's a drinking bar band thing, uh, which sounds like fine. I don't drink, but it wouldn't kill me to spend a little time. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, wouldn't I think everybody would agree that the ideal Christian convert came to you and asked you why you're so glowing with something special, and you said, well, this is why. That would be such a preferable way to engage other people. Because then, if they don't like your religion, well, they shouldn't have asked, right? Am I going to perform? I think a lot of people would want to see Eric. Perform what? That surprising state of affairs. Um, I would ask the psychiatrist by what metric he's evaluating that. An evening celebrating Irish music with the Mariposa Ukulele Ensemble, the Grove House. No, this place we're talking about going is actually in Mid Pines. I'm not sure what it's called. I'm not sure if it's online or what, but maybe it does. Yeah, well, it's in Mid Pines. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. I we weren't planning on performing, but apparently, oh, that's okay, Steve. Steve, I mean, I'm not looking to be difficult, but I also think it's kind of maybe unfair to Christians to assume that just because you're Christian that everything's going great for you and that you're feeling like you're living in the glow of God's spirit all the time, right? Like people go through hard times regardless of their faith, and their faith may be something they lean on in hard times, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to display um, you know a kind of mindful joy even when shit's going south. I'm a gay Christian man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, good for you. Unknown name. People have they engage life in different ways in different times and like are engaged with life at different levels in different moments. So like in a context like this, I can be quite reflective. I can consider things I'm going to say for a little bit. In another context, they may require all my attention in doing the thing, and I don't have any room for words at all, depending on what kind of thing it is we're doing. Even in the midst of pain, we should still show joy in our speech, meaning not complaining in the storm. Yeah, well, complaining is not really a problem for me. I might talk about how stressed out I am and how I'm not I'm not liking something, but that's a little bit different than complaining. I think maybe it's not. Maybe I do complain sometimes. I don't like to be the complainer. I tend to be I guess tend to be more self-critical than I am critical of realities. But if I don't like something enough, then I do complain about it. I do complain sometimes. No, I'm straight. What do you think about Alyssa's skating compared to the blonde girl? Alyssa's skating? I didn't really watch the skating. Yeah, there might be some frame of reference where my often very self-critical self-talk is a form of complaining, I guess. But I tend much more to blame things on me than on circumstances. And I think blaming things on yourself is not quite the same thing as complaining. Oh, I think I heard of that, but I don't know. I guess I didn't watch it. It's because that French judge, right? My loneliness is no longer killing me. I must confess, I still believe. Give me a sign, hit me, baby, one more time. I like fairs. Keep meaning to go to one. I'll get the food, and throw the thing, ride the stuff, eat turkey legs. Turkey legs are fair food. It's funny how you never really get turkey legs except at a fair. The only time you get turkey is for sandwiches. Smoked turkey sandwich meat is fairly popular. But except for Thanksgiving and Christmas, that's really the only way you get turkey in your diet. If you don't eat turkey sandwiches, well, I get the turkey dinner, uh, TV dinner sometimes, and obviously they have turkey in them. But it seems like, oh, that'll be fun. I'll get a Thanksgiving kind of thing for a TV dinner. And it is a little bit kind of fun, but it's not a standby, get that all the time. You learn which TV dinners are better than which other ones. Like, they're definitely not all the same. The spaghetti and meatballs is fine, but I think the rigatoni and Italian sausage and meatballs is better with a similar flavor profile, right? You feel foolish dressed up, huh? Turkey sandwiches are really good with man with must. A really good man with mustard. I see. Yeah, they are. Turkey sandwiches are very good. When Rachel and I go to the shortstop sandwich place in town, we get these Thanksgiving sandwiches, which are turkey sandwiches with cranberry sauce on them. They're delicious. But I don't. I'm not a no. I'm not a regular purchaser of lunch meat. Oh, really? Well, they say everything's not good for us. Do you believe 9/11 changed us permanently? Well, it certainly changed things. Uh, I almost think that technology is rendering societal changes like that almost moot with its advancement in other ways. Like, who knows how the political landscape would have changed without 9/11 anyway, given how much astronomical change there's been technologically. Oh, show media. That shitty brownie. Oh, well, banquet typically doesn't have the brownie, okay? I had one of those brownies the other day because I had a Hungry Man dinner, and I actually had to give in and take it out halfway because, of course, you have to remove the brownie. If you try to cook it for the whole time, it comes out hard as a rock. You can't even eat it. So I did take it out part way. I took the brownie out. I ate the brownie. I thought it was pretty good. But banquets, I can't think of any that have the brownie or the dessert they have in it typically is this like it's the filling of like a McDonald's apple pie without any crust or anything. That isn't even food. Well, it's pretty good, really. It's not bad. Some of them are quite good. Like the chicken parmesan banquet, that chicken parmesan comes out so tender and steaming and delicious. It's surprising how good it is. But I agree that I feel like I kind of haven't really ate real food if I eat too many of those for too long. Tonight we had leftovers from last night, which had a lot of broccoli in it. And eating a lot of broccoli makes me feel like, okay, I'm getting a lot of good nutritional stuff that I'm supposed to get because obviously broccoli is a vegetable. And that's the kind of food they're always telling you should eat. I hope I don't get rock for too long for posting a link, can I? It won't post unless you're a mod. I could make you one. I'm not logged in as that account. I can't really do that right now. Actually, this isn't even on. I could do that. What do you want to post a link to? My camera angle is always heart softening. It'll fit the screen with your face, fill the screen with your face. Well, it's fairly well centered right now. That's pretty good. I'm gonna go outside in a second here and hit one of those cigarette butts that I have with just a couple of hits on it. I don't really super want to go do this iris thing, but I do have to go out and get cigarettes anyway. So if I were to go to Mid Pines for cigarettes instead of going to Bootjack, well then I'd be in Mid Pines anyway, and I might as well stop in for a minute or two, maybe have one or two beverages. But then that would be assuming that Jared drives himself and we drive ourselves. Because if we go together, he's gonna want to stay longer than that. Okay. Oh, I ran. Yeah, I gotta go outside and make a butt run just to the front right there. That's not a very far run. But then again, I'm gonna have to get cigarettes at some point soon. So I don't know. Probably. What time is it? 6:30. Because if we were gonna go, we might not even go till like 9 o'clock, which is when it's like the formal show part, and it becomes like a jam session. I don't really feel like going and jamming out or anything. It's terrible the way that my absolute values for the external world or slash music anyway make it such that I have a hard time enjoying just playing music with people. Certainly not chaotically in a group like that, you know. But that's the weird, I think, almost paradox of music, that you can have a relationship with it that's very good and healthy and joyful for you. Um, it's likely going to include lots of experiential stuff. I'm talking about as a creator of music, not as a consumer of it. But like, you can like to jam out, you can like to play live, just so even if you're just playing covers and all kinds of stuff. You can like to execute things cleanly and what have you, and or come up with lots of different ideas or whatever specific kind of thing you might prioritize. And there's probably a healthier way to engage with music as a creator in some sense, or more rewarding in some sense. But you can't fake what you what you don't feel. You know, it's like I don't really feel the point of just like jamming out for the pleasure of playing music very much. I mean, I might by myself, but the cooperative endeavor, I guess, is I guess it's still not necessarily unfun. I had fun last time. Brennan was over. I was on mushrooms, and and Adderall jamming out with him. Yeah, those seem to be frogs. I like doing exactly what I want to do. Well, that's kind of like you and everybody else. And at this point, I think I've kind of had enough of doing exactly what I want to do. And I feel like just having a job and a requirement to go in certain hours and so forth. Sounds like spring peppers. Spring peppers, huh? I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Is that term for frogs? Yeah, it sounds like they're coming from Jared's little swimming pool that he has over there. I guess he's got little plants in there. I need to get some of those plants for my pond if I want frogs in my pond, I guess. I also need to get the right size tube so I can put the pump in and actually start running it occasionally. It's been made it run full time, you know. Is messy ISTP? I have no idea what type of messy is. You can't type somebody by watching how they play soccer. I like the sand and the swimming. No, I'm not from Oregon. I'm from California. No, Rachel's on the phone with her friend. You did seem to get stung by the jellyfish. They're talking about this and talking about that. With the and what? And all that jazz, you know. Pretty exciting stuff. Piss on it. Is that what you have to do when you get stung by a jellyfish? I like to watch these mentor pilot videos sometimes. They're about like plane crashes and how they happen because of this mistake or that mistake or this. You know, sometimes it's no human mistake at all. It's purely a mechanical failure. But even then, there's usually some record of some repair job having been done incorrectly or some wrong part having been put in or something like that. You know, almost always they find that there's something to blame. Something or someone to blame. It's interesting hearing him talk about how, you know, things like various kinds of biases linking to confirmations and assumptions and so forth can make pilots blind to certain indications that they otherwise might normally say, oh, hold on, this is an irregularity we have to pay attention to. Yes, you're a good cat. living in Reseda. Can I give her a treat? I could give her a treat. We actually do have some treats. They're quite old though. I haven't given them any in a long time. I'm not sure if they're still good. They're in sealed little pouches, but they still might not be still good. I'm not sure. I feel a little bit iffy about giving her one. Where's Trouble? I don't know. I don't see him at the moment. Maybe he's outside. He does like to go outside sometimes. Even though both these cats are, they're definitely mostly inside cats, even though they can go in and out all they want. They just don't prefer to go out very much. You're a good kitty. Yes, a special friend with remarkable ways. And Daddy knows. There may be expiration dates on the pouches of the kitty treats around the box. Maybe there are. Maybe I could check that. Let's go see. Well, I don't see any expiration date, but if she comes over here, I'll give her some. Yeah, it can get a little scary out there around here for sure because we do have mountain lions, bears, coyotes, foxes. I don't know if a fox would kill a cat or not, but bobcats. Um, also things that probably wouldn't kill a cat, but if they got into a fight, it would be bad news, like a raccoon. So it is a little sketchy outside for them, but so far we've been here quite a while and they've been fine. I think the only time that Trouble got hurt, I think he might have gotten in a fight with a cat, another cat. I've seen videos where people put a spiked collar on their small pets to ward off the coyotes. Well, neither of our cats want to wear a collar, so. And they'll be fine. Or they won't. Either way. They're living their lives. They're responsible adults. They know what they're doing. The thing that is also kind of scary around here are the rattlesnakes because we found two baby rattlesnakes last year and I scooped them up and moved them down the hill. But, uh, yeah, obviously rattlesnakes are a little bit dangerous. You ideally don't want to get bit by a rattlesnake. I suspect a rattlesnake might even kill a cat. Well, I know I'm supposed to protect them, but there's a balancing beam, right? Like if you keep your cat in a cage all the time, then it'll be perfectly safe. But that's not a good thing to do, right? Some people try to say, well, your cat shouldn't go outside because it's dangerous out there. But in reality, that's torture to a cat. They need to be able to go outside. My cats don't want to wear collars. They don't like collars. Dogs are different than cats, okay? Dogs, you have to take them on a walk, put them on a leash. There's various ways in which you have to control your dog. But cats are different. Rattlesnakes come for small rodents, mice, rats, chipmunks, etc. Right, well, I don't think the rattlesnake would bite the cat as a way of eating it. It'd have to be a pretty big rattlesnake to try to eat a whole cat. It'd have to be an enormous rattlesnake. Yeah, but they could still bite them if like the cat doesn't notice it or something. Because even though cats are pretty aware compared to people of what's going on right around them, they could still be surprised by a rattlesnake and surprise one, potentially like step on it. Hawks can carry them away. A hawk can carry a cat away. Wow, I find that surprising. It seems like it would have to be a pretty big hawk. I mean, the problem is they were both babies. It made me think that a mother had a batch of them nearby. Or even a small dog. Wow. Well, the crows around here are pretty vigilant about making the hawks go away. I think there's a little bit too much tree cover here for the hawks to have a good hunting ground because the crows have enough like tree area to protect their their territory. And they are pretty pretty stern about the hawks. They don't like them at all. City people worry about that all the time, snatching them from the backyard. Huh. Well, color me informed. I did not know that. I never worried about my small dog getting carried away by a hawk. My small dog one time did almost get carried away by a coyote, though. But I ran out and scared it away. So I'm more or less out of cigarettes. I think I got a couple of more small butts out there. But I'm going to have to make a decision here relatively soon and see whether I want to. Wait, hold on a second. Bit right on my forearm. It was a big one. I lanced it and sucked out on the bite until I got to the hospital. I was there 2 days. I was surprised how potent the venom could be. Wow. Well, Dr. Red Talker, what you're saying about rodents around the house, it is the case that if I end up going, is Rachel going to go as well? I don't know for sure. But, I mean, I am going to go to get cigarettes. The question is whether I'm going to go and try to time it with going to that Irish thing or not. But I think I've decided I'm not going to because I don't really feel like jamming out. And, I don't drink alcohol, obviously, so what's the point of going to anything Irish if you don't drink alcohol? I like crows, but they're pesky, says Simple Girl. You know, it's not legal to have a crow as a pet in the United States. Sound like it'd be fun, though? I mean, it might be fun, but I guess you could say I'm not really on enough drugs to enjoy it adequately. I need to have more amphetamines in me. Apparently, it's because you can train them to steal stuff for you. But I don't know if that's really why, but that's what I've heard. Yeah, there'll be another time. So, given that I'm not going to time it up with the Irish thing, then I could go get cigarettes anytime. A group or flock of crows is called a murder. That's true. They are rather, foreboding looking sometimes. It's understandable they'd be associated with spooky stuff. How far is it to get cigarettes? It takes me probably 45 minutes round trip, maybe 50 minutes round trip. You know, it's a bit of a drive. It is a drive that I kind of want to get out of the way. So I'll probably go pretty soon, but I'll probably first. Yeah, it's quite a little drive. That's the nearest place that sells anything. And the thing is, it's all windy roads too, so it's not the kind of drive you can just kind of relax and pay no attention. Got to watch out for animals on the road and just generally look alive, you know. It's not gonna look too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Can't unwind on windy roads. True that. Yeah, it's not something I thought about a whole lot when I moved up here, but it's definitely um, you know, a substantial, I guess, downside. The windiness of the roads in particular. It's like it also comes along with some upsides, like we can't get Uber Eats and stuff out here. Saves us a lot of money. I'm sure we'd end up ordering food a lot more than we do if we could get it out here. obviously, we're very much isolated from the world in ways that we like a lot, and the simplicity of being out here too, you know. Like we're very unlikely to get any traffic by the house after a certain time at night. Partially because we're back here at the back of even this remote neighborhood. So, you know, you can't have it both ways, obviously. If you want to enjoy the isolation slash being out in the woods, and you want to live in a community that doesn't have any stoplights, and you want to live kind of rural, then it's going to come with that kind of thing necessarily. And as far as like disconnectedness from civilization, we're not really too bad. We're not that far from Fresno, which obviously is not a huge city, but it's got all your stuff you could want from a city, right? Like everything you'd need, like hospitals, all the various businesses that cities have. We could also go to Merced, about a little closer than Fresno, not as big, but still has most of the stuff the cities have. It's a pretty good compromise of factors, all things considered. But moments like this are not my favorite, where, well, I'm going to have to go get cigarettes. I don't really want to go on this big journey, but too bad. I would love the peace, but now I feel spooked. Yeah, I don't really ever feel spooked back here, but I do feel sometimes a little isolated. You know, it's it is true that, like, if I lived in a city, I'd probably be engaged with other people more a little bit, but I'm not sure that would be better or not. Now I lock everything up, and I never used to. I worry about getting murdered. Well, better safe than sorry. I guess we're watching the cat eat some more. Go ahead. Eat your food. This is what it sounds like when the cats eat. Chew, 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 chew. Chew, 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 chew. As I was saying to Rachel the other day when I was feeling blue because of dopamine crash, and this dopamine crash has not been bad at all. It's been pretty mild, but to the extent that I can attribute negative feelings to things like feeling isolated or lonely or what have you, those are entirely of my own choosing. I could go do things lots more than I do, and I choose to stay home and or you know lack the capacity for planning to do otherwise or something. Yes, you're a silly boy. Yes, you are. You gonna eat some more? Okay, you eat some more. Do they purr when they eat? Few of my kitties do that. This cat usually does. I'm not sure if he is this time or not, but yeah, usually purrs when I'm watching him or petting him while he eats. He'll start purring quite loud. I do too. I don't like anything scary. Just listening to the news scares me. I can't believe how many sick people there are. Yeah, the news is kind of bad, you know. It's reading the news is not going to make anybody feel confident in the world or the way of things or anything really. You know, there's a lot of bad news on the news these days. And a lot of really dark stuff too that's, you know, significant stories that is kind of worth being informed about, but it's not really stuff I particularly wanted to learn. You know, you can't unknow certain horrible things that you read about. And we are thrust into darkness.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful.
Your glasses look nice on you.
Oh, thanks. You're off the phone, huh?
Yeah.
I don't suppose Jared texted you or anything, did he?
What?
Did Jared text you or anything?
No.
When you find it, I guess it makes it more wholesome. Goodness? Yeah, maybe it does. I mean, it certainly, the world as it is, as I understand it now, makes me appreciate wholesomeness a lot more. Aspire to it a lot more, maybe. So, Rachel, pretty soon I'm going to need to go get more cigarettes from Bootjack.
Okay.
Do you want to go with me, or do you want to stay here and live stream, or something else?
Well, I'm torn between going because I want a coffee and not going because I don't mind holding down.
Well, I can get you a coffee if they have coffee. It's pretty late. They might not have it at this point.
Oh, that's true.
But I can get you one if they have it.
Okay.
And if they don't have it, I can make a pot of coffee when I get back.
That's true.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to leave you in Rachel's capable hands, and we'll see how that goes. And, you know, if you get tired of it, don't be afraid to end the stream. If it's not still going when I get back, that's fine.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, see you in a little bit. Figure 45 minutes, 50 minutes maybe.
Safe travels, says Winston's mom.
Thanks.
Hi, simple girl. Has anyone here watched the show Girls? I'm rewatching it. It's like my comfort TV. Like Sex and the City is comfort TV for me. Friends is comfort TV. And I understand if people haven't seen Girls, it's kind of like marketed to the millennial demographic. But it's like, and I understand if you don't like it, if you've seen it, because the characters are very. It's an HBO show starring Lena Dunham, about making a life for yourself in your 20s and navigating friendships. Yep, it's exactly that. A comedy about the experience of a group of girls. It's kind of like like slice of life kind of relationship shows. Um, like it definitely shows how. Yeah, I heard that too. What you guys hear? What was that? Was it me talking to cats? Um, it shows how like you could be like very self-centered in your 20s. And at the time that I was watching the show, I was in my uh, mid mid to late 20s into being 30 into my 30s. Is it still is it still quiet, or am I just quiet? How about now? How about now? Can you hear me? Hmm. I don't know what to do. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. I like trying to guess the types of characters from different TV shows because I like to do the socionics relations between them and how realistic it is. Um, um, but yeah, a lot of the characters in the show Girls like are very unlikable and they're very self-centered. But it's kind of supposed to show you that that's how it is in your 20s. No one tells you really how you're going to be like that, but um, like you're still kind of like a kid. But I'm able to tell usually their Enneagram type before their MBTI type. Like Hannah, is played by Lena Dunham, is um, an Enneagram 6. And Adam, played by Adam Driver, is an 8. Super interesting. I really like. Do you guys like Enneagram stuff? I know like I talk about it a lot, but I'm wondering like, do you guys know anything about Enneagram? I know Winston's mom knows her type, her tri type. Can you guys still hear me? You don't hear me? Or you don't know your Enneagram type? You can't hear me, but you don't know your Enneagram type. There are quizzes I can point to. I could put in the chat that might help. Okay, cool. Acacia, I believe, knows her Enneagram type. It's just interesting to me because I feel like Enneagram is like another layer to a person's like affect. So like me and Frank James are both INFJs, but um he's more like soft and arty than I am. He is a 4, I believe. Uh probably a 6 and maybe a 1. And like we're similar, but we're definitely different. Like um I don't have a consistent like job like he does. I'd like to get better at identifying others MBTI, but it's so hard without testing. And it's kind of like that with like trying to guess someone's Enneagram type on TV too, because it's like a written character. But there's some qualities in characters that if they're consistent enough, you can tell what Enneagram they are. Um, Sixes are highly neurotic and self-depreciating and in their heads a lot. They are warriors, but they're very loyal to people who they trust. Like Adam, who's an 8, he's very intense. He has no problem raising his voice. Calls things out right away. Um, and like with my example of Frank James being a 4, he, if you look at his early videos, like you could even see it in his eyes. They like look sort of like glassy and sad. He has like a sort of a sad boy um look to him. Um but he also when he tells stories about like his childhood and stuff, it sounds very sick. So he definitely had like he told a story about how he would get nervous about missing the school bus, when he was leaving for school and when he was heading home. And then when he wasn't worried about himself, if he got on the bus okay, he was worried about his brother getting on the bus and being okay. So he's like worried, like a worrier. Like I was like, oh, I identify with that. Like I do that. I'm sure you are, Acacia. I bet you are better at identifying, guessing MBTI types. I get stuck. I get stuck. It has to be like so obvious to me. Like sometimes, I don't know. Yeah, like I don't know. I can tell if someone's TE usually. I guess yeah, I'm definitely the opposite. I feel like I type people wrong more often than I do their Enneagram. But yeah, like yeah, so me and Frank James are both INFJs, but um he's much more like candid. Like especially again, like in his older videos, like a lot of what he's saying like is coming from like the heart. Like you can tell. And not that like things that I'm saying to you guys isn't coming from the heart, but it's like there's like this open vulnerability with 4s that or at least that he had, that makes me think like yeah, he's a 4. But I definitely think he has uh, a 6 there. And his perfectionism with his work and his ability to like continue making videos, I believe makes him a 1, not an 8. He's definitely not an 8. And I don't think 9, because I think like 9 is sloth, like I'm not a very active person. I like Keisha says, think it would be interesting if got more well versed with Enneagram to be able to personally recognize patterns between MBTI and Enneagram. It is interesting, I think. Um, yeah, I don't know if there's a corollary between, because like a lot of people assume that I'm a 4 because I'm an INFJ, and I just think that there's a lot, like I mean 9 for INFJ is not like out of the picture either. Um, but yeah, I think it's interesting. Do whatever makes you happy. Excuse my language, FM. I try to do whatever makes me happy. That's good, Acacia, to be curious about your correlations. That's how you learn. I do think that there are like people who like there probably are like 4 Enneagram ESTPs. There has to be in a range of things. It might be rare, but there has to, like I would think that there's a 4 ESTP. Um but yeah, like 8 energy, like I don't mind. Uh yeah, there must be some. I mean, it just might look different in some way. I don't really know, but like in girls it's so hard. Like so Adam is an 8. He's an 8 Enneagram, but he's like I think he's an ISFP. I don't You've seen girls, right, Akeisha? Like he is terrible with his words. He hardly ever talks, and when he does, it's very passionate and um filled with emotion. Thanks. So do you. So like a lot of people would think that ISFPs are always 4s or ISFP. What would the stereotype be? 4, maybe 5. I don't know. ISFPs can be 3. But like yeah, so Adam, like he's an 8, so he's like gut and anger comes out first, but when he does, it's all about emotions. It's not um it's not really like heart driven like anguish. Yeah. agreed though, it's been a while. Do you think his character is realistic enough to be able to have any guesses at a tri-type? I think he's an 8. He's an 8. Hmm. Definitely 4. I don't know what his head type is. 8, 4. I wouldn't say 7. And I wouldn't say 6 either. He's I mean, he does get worried sometimes about Hannah. Maybe he is 6. Maybe he is a 8, 4, 6. I don't think that he's a 5. 5 is like Ray. Like Ray's more of a 5. Um so my guess would be he'd be an 8, 4, 6. And he probably is a 8SX variant type. Hannah is a 6. Huh. I know she's a 6. Probably a 1. But I don't know her. What am I missing? 8. She's a 6 head type, 1 gut type. Oh, 2, 3, or 4. I'm likely to say 4. She doesn't do well in corporate. Um, she's not really like, she is pretty like independent minded. Anna Rambo says, I feel like I fall into that category of ISFP. I tend to get stuck in loops. If I get into think about the past too much, it pulls me down. To be honest, I don't know half the stuff you people talk about around here. Sorry. This is like MBTI, like stuff that I tend to talk about. What about Chinese astrology? You guys know any Chinese astrology stuff? That's another thing I'm interested in. I found this website where you can do like compatibility and stuff and ask AI about, and the AI is like Chinese astrology focused. So you could ask Chinese astrology questions and I'll give you like answers. It's kind of cool. I'm having fun with it. Um, and I studied astrology for 10 years. So like I can talk astrology too. I just did a synastry charts between me, my dad, and then me and my brother. And cool, Keisha, it's so interesting. I'll link it. Do 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 do. What am I doing? All right. I'm going to go there, and there, and there, and there, and there. So you can get basic stuff, compatibility stuff, like relationship stuff, you have to pay. It's like $9.99 a month. I just gave up like a bunch of my subscriptions and I knew I was going to use it a lot, so hello, Sachin Yadav. You don't need to conform to me, lol. It's my job to understand, but I don't often go out of my way to learn much funny enough. Recently, I had somewhat peaked interesting astrology, zodiac, tarot stuff. That's cool. I'm from California, United States. Cool, you're from India. I always assume someone has a 1 in their tri-type if they're neat freaks, if they have neat homes and stuff. Like I think Marnie is a 3. 15% charge. Marnie is a, I don't know, so she's like kind of, Marnie is a 3-1. I don't know. So hard. It's so hard to type without actually having a test or anything. But she's definitely a 3 and she's definitely a 1. That's for sure. I do associate people, and this is definitely a stereotype, like the people who have a 1 in their tri-type to be somewhat tidy in their spaces. For Marnie, 316. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that's what I would guess. I mean, the thing where she, like, I don't see the 6 is where she like really doesn't like worry about things. She's neurotic, but she's very self-centered. Self-centered. Yeah. I think it's right. I think she is a 316. I mean, it's obvious it's 3. She's always looking for a job and she cares about money and material things. Um the 1, she's like very neat and goes by the rules. And the 6, she's loyal to her long-standing friends. Like she's even loyal to Jessa when Jessa isn't loyal at all. Jessa, I think, is a 874 all. Yeah, an 874. I think Jessa's an 874. Or maybe a 784, something like that. Yeah, 1's in tidiness. That's how I do associate it. So Shoshana, she's probably a 2. 2. But she also like projects as a 3 sometimes also. Are they like all sixes except for Jessa? Oh, Jessa and uh Ray. Ray's a 5 and Jessa is 7, but um Shoshana definitely has 6 in there too. And probably also a 1. Thanks, Acacia. I think about it way too much. Yeah, she probably does have, now I think about it, she probably does have 7 last. Because thank you for do you fan? Talking with Dead People would be a good title. I think everyone here is alive though. But yeah, I can see 8 for 7 because the 7 would, like her like bohemian, like, oh, nothing matters, like it'll fall into place. That kind of attitude is very 7. Okay, shout out to Australia for some reason. New Zealand too while we're at it. I'm married. Hello, Azam. I'm a English speaking native speaker of English. Thanks. For do you fan? For do you? I don't really know. Your name doesn't sound familiar to me. Hugh Bartholomew. I don't really. I'm in the background a lot. Yeah, he streams more than I do. I don't I don't talk a lot. Like, I'm not a big talker. When you're in person with me, I'm probably, adding to the conversation, but he's any dom, so he it's like normal and fun to talk about whatever. For me, I only pull from things that I'm interested in. So that's why I'm talking about girls now because I'm watching it. Dude, I have had I need recommendations for new shows and movies. I took a chance. I took a chance on Heated Rivalry, hated it. Um I took a chance on The Substance, passed out cuz it made me sick. And I Love LA, which just made me want to watch girls. I'll try no Amo. Oh my god, no, I don't want to see Begonia. I heard that it's also that it's a better version of The Substance, but like I don't think I could see Begonia. If it's body horror, I saw Midsummer. Midsummer was sad and depressing. Oh, when's the last time you came down? Last time I was in LA was months ago. We went to visit Delilah. A24 does have good movies. Isn't that, except for like, did they do Warrior Supreme? I'm so sick of hearing about that movie, and I'm so sick of hearing about Timothy Chalamet. Ugh. May that love never find me. Like, I was in that sort of relationship. So I heard recently he was on a podcast, Timothy Chalamet, and he told the story about how he was grumpy. He was grumpy with his girlfriend, Kylie Jenner. Um shit. There we go. Um and she threw him a surprise screening of him in Interstellar. She like rented out a theater for just the two of them. And he was like grumpy that he had to like apologize to her for being grumpy. And I was like, "Oh my god, I did that. I planned a surprise. I went through that. I planned a surprise party for an ex-boyfriend, and he had to get dragged out of the house to actually go. And in that moment, I knew, I was like, he does not care for me. It is nice. It was nice of her, but he, he, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen Whiplash. No, I've fallen asleep to it, just have it in the background, but I really actually want to see the whole thing. I heard it's good. Whiplash is good. I like the actors in it. Yeah, Push was right. I mean, you know, like I was so stoked. Like I thought I did such a good job, like planning the party, and he didn't even want to go. And that's where I felt for her. I was like, oh, like he doesn't care for you. And the thing is, too, I don't think he's going to ever break up with her. And she's not going to break up with him. I mean, there's already been cheating rumors and a possibility of an open relationship between them. I like J.K. Simmons. He's a good actor. Hello, right? You can. How am I too emotional? Ryuken 28 is from the UK. That's why. Hello from California, United States. They've been together since like 2023. It's like crazy. It's like I know what it is to be like that to be like that in that relationship, that kind of relationship. And it makes me want her to get fed up and be like, I'm out of here. Like I don't want that treatment. Like, and like, did I do that? No. Like the ex that I get through the surprise party before, like we broke up like pretty soon, like after that. And then we went through a tumultuous like back and forth and back and forth. But I was like 19. I was 18, 17, 18, 19. Like Camden Town, London, land of Amy Winehouse. Interesting. I'm from Northern Ireland, but I live in Bristol. Oh, cool. Apparently, I have, well, on my mom's side, there's English, Scottish, Welsh, and like Ireland and Northern Ireland. But apparently, my mom's maiden last name, McCurrigan, is Northern Irish. Apparently. Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, I do. We do have the whole British Isles in our DNA. Yeah, it's like I don't know what percentage. It's not a big percentage. It's like maybe a quarter. Hey, girls, Sinakori. Nothing. I'm just talking about my ancestry. Apparently, I had Viking blood in my DNA too. They said that, but I don't. I mean, that's got to be far back. But I'm half Italian. Um, yeah, it is neat. I mean, like it it's got to be like um so far back. But apparently my mom's lineage, yeah, they said there's traces of Viking, and like on my dad's side, it's like all like Southern Italian. Thank you, huge Bartholomew. I've never seen The Sopranos. My dad's favorite show is The Sopranos, and that's a show I should see. Yes, I did 23andMe, and actually, I got an email that like my DNA was breached or something. Um, and I can't get into my 23andMe. Like, let me try right now. I'll try because I'm interested. I want to read to you guys like what my percentages are exactly. Um, why is it doing that? Please. No, it doesn't work. So 23andMe was taken over by a company. It went bankrupt and then it was taken over by another company, and it like the site hasn't been the same. How much Neanderthal DNA did you have? I had like 1.7%. Yeah, something like that. I think it was a very low percentage of Neanderthal also. Very like very I'm not even sure if it was 1.7. Thank you, Bordeaux fan. I don't know. I want to get into it. Let's see, wait. Let's see if I see like this comes up. That's a good question. I haven't thought about um contacting them. I don't know if it was real or if it was just like spam mail, you know? My mom's not happy. My mom doesn't want like DNA leaked. I don't know what, I just don't want to be cloned. Like, I don't know if you could do that with spit. Um, Now I really want to get into it though. Like, oh God, I took it like 10, 15 years ago, and I found it to be interesting. It got down to like really specific stuff. Sign in. Continue. No. Eric's back. How, how'd it go?
Fine. Got a couple of cheese sandwiches if you want one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. There's coffee.
This one is yours, is not open yet.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Switch spots.
Okay. I'll be right there.
Oh, okay. It was funny when I got Bring Her Back. There's an awesome movie called Bring Her Back. Is it on HBO or any streaming services? I definitely appreciate suggestions. Just not horror. I'm not good at horror.
There you go.
Thank you.
Stay there for a second. I haven't even had it.
I'm like, oh, I'm ready. So my brother, my mom, and my dad all did the 23andMe because my brother got it for us like I said, like 10, 15 years ago. And I compared my brother's DNA to my DNA because you could look at everyone's DNA like from your family. Your your immediate family. And it was interesting because my brother had higher amounts of DNA from my mom's side, and I had higher DNA from my dad's side. Yeah.
So you're more of a leftist and he's more of a McCargan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, would you guys like to go outside with me? How long ago did this get plugged in? Has it been plugged in the whole time?
Not the whole month. No, like I just put it in maybe 15 minutes ago.
Did you put it in because it was saying low on battery?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll bring it back in shortly then. Life is like a box of chocolates. Some of them, unfortunately, have coconut in them. Others are fine. There's home for is probably wondering, like, why is this guy following me all the way back here? Because I did follow the guy all the way from Triangle Road back to here where he parked at. Appeared to park at, maybe it's a different person, but appeared to park next door at Jared's house. Because Jared has a room that they rent on Airbnb. It's like not part of their house, it's like a separate area. Come on, Eric. We're enjoying Rachel time. My mistake, I'm sorry. She seemed so eager to give it back to me, I thought, well, I might as well take it off her hands. Maybe she wants a break. I had a mild-mannered drive, you might say. I didn't really listen to anything. I didn't have my phone with me, so I couldn't play anything on the stereo, but I probably wouldn't have anyway. Just drove in silence. Thought about what? Thought about life, the meaning of it all. Thought a little bit about Home Fries, which is to say, that guy, whatever his name was, that was trying to be super provocative earlier, and how, FI polar may be particularly susceptible to somebody simply trying to trigger them, and they keep treating it as though they're legitimate things, but even FI polar can learn after a while in life that, okay, there's no point in responding to this guy. Yeah, no crashes, no run over animals, nothing like that. Everything went fine. Thought about the car some when I was driving over there. How the solution worked out very nicely and was a satisfying end to a horrible problem that was intractable for a long time. Host Eric and Rachel, my online buddies. Well, thanks there, human. We love you too. Is this person coming back again? Or is it a different person? Oh, it seems like the same person. Maybe they thought they had the wrong place for a second, or I don't know. They look a little bit lost. It's a lovely spring evening. Very mild outside. I would say, well, I can't read the temperature in there. I was going to say, like, mid 60s maybe. I think it maybe says 58 in there. Like the kind of weather you just need both their cars are there, so apparently, yeah. But he may still end up going. Remember, he said like the jamming out part doesn't start till 9 o'clock. I could imagine him wanting to stay, like not leave until that starts. But I suspect he's got the guest who's a little confused as to whether they have the right address or something for some reason. Stream's still going? Yeah, stream's still going. Rachel held down the fort when I went to the store to get cigarettes. And I don't know how much longer it's going to be going, but it was nice today. It was nice today to have a little time with my online friends, talking about various things. Sure, today's topics sometimes were a little, like, unfortunate, like stuff going on in Iran, politics stuff. And that's too bad, but yeah, that's what the world has got going on, so it's kind of unavoidable that it gets talked about some. I've got 2 empty trash cans right here. Tomorrow's trash, trash day eve. Hello, my friend. How's the fish pond going? I haven't seen any updates, or did I miss it? It's more or less done. I mean, I could make it look a little nicer and put rocks in more places and stuff, but it's more or less done. But I have not yet actually hooked up the big pump because I don't have the right size tube. I need to go to town and get that before it'll work. So, it seems like there's always something. How's it going with you? I'm trying so hard to not hit my vape, even with a Zen under my lip. I've been hella out of breath lately, so I'm trying to cool it. Fair enough. Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in U.S. Israeli attack. They watched it happen and said nothing. The tragedy of PSA Flight 182. So incredible to see. Somebody playing video game golf named Pinky. They've got 21 people watching their stream. Should I have a Diet Coke today? I don't know, Tony. You decide that for yourself.
I wonder if he's hoping people say yes.
Probably.
Doesn't he like Diet Coke?
Yeah, he does. He drinks it a lot. What are you all doing tonight? We're just winding down, probably a live stream here.
Hello.
We've been streaming for a long time. Here's a video by this lady, Cheer Denise, and she's reading sections of and commenting upon, maybe it was Pup Party, I don't know. This book is about the if anyone is feeling lonely or down or stuck, go out and meet up with someone a few times. You feel so much better. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. So this book entitled is about the rise and fall of the House of York, which is of course Prince Andrew and Fergie's former title that they no longer have. So I think, at least King Charles had the good sense to de-title his, what is that, his uncle?
Yeah. I think they said that the daughters, Beatrice and Sarah Ferguson's their children, I think, are going to still have their titles and still be entitled to, like, the royal money.
I see. Well,
that's what I heard. I'm not sure. It's hard because, like, I'm hoping they didn't know.
Well, I mean, sins of the parents shouldn't be passed on to sins of the children.
Yeah.
But neither should royal titles.
That's true too. I don't know what's gonna happen with them. That was just a hypothesis. It wasn't for certain.
Victor says, sounds good. I'll try to catch y'all next time. I've been working a lot and haven't connected. Y'all have a relaxing evening. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
You have a relaxing evening too.
Yeah, I hope you do too.
Me and my friends have been playing Discord golf almost nightly. Discord golf, huh?
How do you do that?
I'm guessing it's some sort of golf video game.
Oh.
Maybe
on
it's
Discord.
Yeah. But maybe it's something more complicated than that. I don't know. Golf with power ups, huh?
Now, is there proof that like Charles was never involved in these things?
I don't know if there's. I mean, it's hard to prove a negative, right? But I haven't heard any indication of his name popping up.
Maybe it was good that he was so obsessed with Camilla. Instead, I mean, it wasn't good that he was cheating, but like, instead of debauchery and fucking grossness.
Yeah.
Prince Andrew is Queen Elizabeth, one of Queen Elizabeth's sons, right?
Is she? So
I don't know.
then it would be half brother, I guess, not or brother potentially, not uncle, right? Oh no. Right, yeah. Charles is,
Queen Elizabeth's son.
and so is
Eldest.
Andrew.
Yeah, I think
So
so.
it's his brother. It's not
Yeah.
his uncle.
Oh, did I say uncle?
I said uncle.
Oh. I'm interested in what she has to say.
Yeah, I'm interested in this too. It's going a little fast for just reading.
Yeah. Some people are saying that Harry and Meghan knew, like, about the terrible things that were being done, and that's why they left.
Who knew about it?
Harry and Meghan.
I mean, but how much of the family was doing those terrible things?
Yeah.
Like, as it currently stands, it seems like it was a Andrew and Fergie problem.
Yeah.
But, who knows? Even if Andrew and Fergie are deeper in it than people think, which is very deep, it still does not necessarily indicate that their family members were also in it.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, no, they left because she wanted to leave and he agreed.
Yeah, she's just being a narcissist. That's all.
I mean, those pictures of her in, where was it again?
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan.
And they went to Jordan to play humanitarian ambassadors or something.
When they were talking about how her face is just like the same, like how does it like stay like that?
Yeah.
Like that fakeness.
She's very practiced at being fake.
People are noticing though.
I need a poker. Teabag, you do you. If that's what you think you should spend your $50 on, then you spend it on that.
Yeah. I'm not sure Amazon is the best place to get one of those things, or why? I can only think of dirty things that I don't want to think. I was thinking about doing my hair like hers not too long ago.
Really?
Yeah.
That's very Middle Ages.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you see that in like a remake of a Shakespeare play or
Oh
something.
my gosh, it's true. You do.
Oh, sure, I guess Elizabethan England is not the Middle Ages, but let's not be all pedantic about
I wasn't being.
things. Not to see the healer who had appeared in court for assault and to whose house police had been called 20 times to sort out disputes with neighbors. Fergie went ahead to see this magical healer person, I guess. Well, sounds like Fergie had a tendency to rely on psychics for information.
Well, it's just like the Kardashians.
Psychics and con men. Well, I'm sure if you're Prince Andrew, um, and time to get married, they give you like a list of people you could choose from that are fancy enough people or something.
Right. Because I think that's what happened with um, Prince Charles and Princess Diana.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, she was sufficiently close to royalty to be considered an option to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
As the Duchess noted, the pool and tennis court were yet to be built. Luxury is granted, but a big house must have its finishing touches if it's not to look half baked. Oh, dear goodness. She needed that $500,000 for her tennis court and swimming pool, apparently.
Oh shit. That's how she paid for it?
Yeah, she got a magazine to pay her $250,000 to do a photo spread of her and Andrew's domestic life.
Oh. Oh no.
You know, she also seemed to use the word charity quite liberally, like, I'm going to give this money to a charity, but the charity is really her pocket.
Oh my gosh. That's like what Amber Heard did.
Amber Heard also pocketed charity money.
Yeah, and that's what she that's why that was the downfall of her case. She lied about it. And then they found out that she didn't actually give the money, so like basically anything she said after that, like no one took her seriously.
Hmm.
Because like one that long crime YouTube I was watching during the time, and they said like if you lie and you're caught, like
Yeah, you lose all your credibility,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you lie on the witness stand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right, sounds
Happy
good.
birthday.
Teabag, happy birthday to you. And may all your Christmases be bright. Growing distrust between the media and the Yorks. Before we continue on the story, I just want to say a little side note. I'll be quick. This business about constantly criticizing them has come for sure at the cost of their poor behavior. Absolutely, they're making bad decisions. What is this business about? Getting a magazine to pay you $250,000 for some inside pictures because you don't feel like you have enough. Because the rest of the chapter, we're going to be giving lots of solid numbers on the way that Sarah was spending family money. Okay, but she just doesn't think she has enough. She spends like there is no tomorrow. But I've said this many times with Harry and with Meghan, these people are easy to criticize, but it doesn't mean that everything they do is irredeemable. I'm going to start reading into things to be angry and digging. You have the problem. Because her showing up in a sports car to a memorial service is not a thing to get angry about. I
No.
agree with her. I agree with her completely. You know, she drives what she drives.
What should she be driving in? Should she be coming up in a horse-drawn carriage?
Are you supposed to get a different car for every occasion?
She's right. Not everything is not irredeemable.
Mm. Yeah. What happened to No More Wars? You tell me, Holster. There was a time when I thought, well, Trump's not really a warmonger, but give him a chance. If you're on top of any kind of bestseller list, it's because you had all the promotion because of your name, not because you're some amazing writer. True. Okay, this next section says that Sarah's experience learning to fly had inspired two 32-page children's books. Budgie the Little Helicopter and Budgie at Bendix Point. Well, it sounds like terrible, terrible books, probably, but who knows? According to the publishing company, she had to be handled with kid gloves all the time, and there was constant interfering with palace media management people. So, sounds like a bit of a nightmare person to publish. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
She just plagiarized the storyline from some book from her childhood.
Oh my gosh! Really?
Well, I don't know how old she is, but the book's from 1964, so
Yeah.
it seems like probably, you know, she's, I don't know what, you think she's like, what, 10 years older than me at most?
I don't know. I don't know how old she is at all.
Let's see. Let's Google it. Let's say 1969? No, 59.
Mm-hmm.
She's 66. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense that she would have encountered that book as a little kid.
Yeah, it would. And that's crazy. I feel like terrible when I ask for $10. Like,
Well, you know, she obviously had an entitlement problem, as did Andrew, feeling entitled to privileges and other kinds of garbage
yeah.
just based on what family they happen to be born in, which is ridiculous. It's unsurprising that such a thing would mess a person up, I guess.
That what would mess up a person?
You know, being told from when you're little that you're special and important and stuff, you know. And basically being told all the time that you're better than ordinary people. Yes, I did get smoked, teabag. I think I'm going to go outside, have another one, and then maybe come inside again and wrap it up. What charity did that 10% make it to? All right, so let's go outside. Let's have a last cigarette here, and then we'll come in and say our slow goodbyes. There's no doubt that Andrew was not only being granted special privileges, but also demanding them. What a swell guy. He must have been so much fun to be around. And talk about the opposite of the normal meaning of the word nobility, like behaving in a noble fashion. You could hardly get any more ignoble than that guy. Now he's getting it left, right, and center for everybody. Everyone's like, yeah, fuck you. Well, so I guess in his military testing, he scored rather low on measures of intelligence, but they like boosted his score in other areas like enthusiasm and I forget what the other thing I said. It was flying prowess. Apparently, he was a pretty good flyer of planes. You know, he was a pilot. Hmm. Yeah, in some senses, it's kind of sad. Like, there was no need for this random little boy to be completely destroyed in terms of character and decency in the way this kid was. But, I mean, aristocracy is fundamentally a ridiculous and bad thing. You know, landed gentry, what have you. Get the fuck out of Dodge. With your bloodlines and your entitlement to special treatment and stuff. I mean, seriously. What kind of nonsense is that? I'm Lord Earl of Myanmar. Can you imagine somebody being like, why, I am your Lord. The fuck? You are my Lord. Yeah, okay. Okay, Lord, whatever. I'm Lord Byron, Duke of Mariposa. Okay. You and all your neighbors are my subjects. They do pay for a few things in royalty. They used to pay for a lot more, but they got scaled back dramatically some years back. They still get like state taxpayer funded bodyguards and stuff. My oldest son Hyacinth is in the UAE. He just texted me and said, "What the fuck?" Well, the answer is I don't know. I don't know what. Like, nobody knows what that guy's thinking. Why he's motivated to do this and not that, and he's just all over the fucking place. Still gay after all these years. Good for you, Alamo City Cholo. Good for you. You know, it's like what Homer Simpson always says. We're here, we're queer. We don't want any more bears. Steve Wyatt is going to be the man who gets into the relationship and tears it apart. But I'm going to tell you right now, Sarah had no intentions of being a faithful wife. Ooh, sounds pretty scandalous. Sounds like he was cheating on her like right away, constantly. So I guess at some point you just go, well, I guess I'm not really in a monogamous relationship. All right, we're back inside. And ready to ride into the sunset. So, not gorge your lines, gird your lines. Okay, thanks a lot for being here, everybody. Love you all. See you next time.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.